Going to be starting, folks.
Nicely.
Everyone, welcome to the May 24th meeting of the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen. Before we begin, I need to read into the record this notice because today's meeting will both be in person and via Zoom. So the notice basically says this is to formally advise that as required by Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Sections 18 to 25, and pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to expanding certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency and signed into law on June 16th, 2021, the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen will hold a public meeting today, Tuesday, May 24th at 6 p.m. in the hearing room at Yarmouth Town Hall on Route 28, South Yarmouth. The public is welcome to attend and be here both in person or via the alternative means that's outlined on our agenda, which has the Zoom meeting information. And without any further ado, I'd like to ask everyone to join the board in a pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is going to be handled by the Town Clerk, Mary Maslowski, and the board will vacate the dais, and the newly elected members serving the town will be invited to come and follow the instructions of our Town Clerk.
So if you each could come and stand in front.
I've been sworn.
I've been told you we're going to do it as well.
I'm gonna do it again? Okay, sure. I get two paychecks for that.
So first, congratulations to each of you. We'll start with Selectwoman-elect Federer. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name, do solemnly swear and affirm that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me as a member of the Board of Selectmen of the Town of Yarmouth, according to the Charter, bylaws, rules and regulations of the Town of Yarmouth, the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Oops, paper's not going.
I,
I,
please state your name,
Michael Stone,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as a member of the Board of Selectmen
as a member of the Board of Selectmen
of the Town of Yarmouth,
Yeah.
according to the Charter,
according to the Charter,
bylaws,
bylaws,
rules and regulations
rules and regulations
of the Town of Yarmouth,
of the Town of Yarmouth,
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts,
of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts,
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of the United States of America.
of the United States of America.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. And School Committeeman Tolentino, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I. Please state your name. Do solemnly swear and affirm that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me as a member of the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School Committee for the town of Yarmouth, according to the charter, bylaws, rules and regulations of the town of Yarmouth, the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America. So help me God. Congratulations. Thank you very much. All of you, congratulations. 3 more years.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Appreciate it.
Okay. Well, welcome to our newest board member, Dorcas. It's great to have you on board, and we're looking forward to working with you. And congratulations to you, Mike.
Thank you.
The next item is public announcements. Just a few brief announcements to share with you. First of all, I'm going to ask, because this is such an issue and such a priority for the Board of Selectmen, that is the issue of making whole homeowners who've been adversely impacted by Solar Wolf. I'm going to ask the town administrator, Bob Rittenauer, just to give us a few updates real quick in terms of what's happening with Solar Wolf.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A brief update. As most folks are aware by now, the selected contractor for the Solarized Yarmouth program abruptly ceased operations earlier this month, leaving over 50 unfinished contracts for local residents across the town. And this was part of a state program, and the state agency initiated the RFP, which selected this firm owing to the high quality of the products that they offered. It's just a question that everyone asks me, and that's the answer to the question. My focus now is to work on steps that we can take together with the state officials to move forward with some potential solutions. I want to inform the board, we've opened up communications with all impacted parties, and we have all of the contact information for everyone that signed a contract, and they're being provided with regular updates. I want to ask any impacted residents to make sure that you provide the requested information through the Attorney General portal that we've opened up. And that portal link is posted on the town's website and has been directly emailed to everyone that has a contract there. They're looking for some information to assist them in their efforts. I also want to strongly encourage any impacted families to file with the Massachusetts Department of Consumer Affairs Home Improvement Contractor Guarantee Program, which provides arbitration and potential financial assistance directly. Now, the link in the application for that is also on the town's website and has been sent out directly to every family with a contract. I want folks to know that there are additional meetings that are being arranged with the help of our legislative delegation, with the Department of Environmental and Energy Resources and the Center for Clean Energy, and they're engaged right now in helping us to evaluate this situation and to hopefully develop some potential options for local residents. So the state has not abandoned us, and we're going to have some serious meetings on that. So while this process is ongoing, I want to offer my office as a direct point of contact for any residents with any questions about the entire process, and I will respond personally and answer any questions directly. The telephone number, you can look it up, Town Administrator in Town Hall, 508-398-2231, extension 1271, and that is also on the town's website. We hope in the coming days and weeks to be able to have some additional information on some potential assistance for dealing with these problems, and we're going to keep those that are impacted directly updated. So it's a little on the solar well.
Very good. Thank you very much. The next announcement I'd like to do is, we'd like to get to is an update from the town clerk on the elections. Just for the folks that are watching and folks in the audience, this has been a very challenging election cycle for us with all the changes in precincts. It's been important to keep the voters aware of exactly what's been going on, and then the challenge of finding appropriate polling locations and then getting them all set up. So just based on what I've observed, it sounds like you, Mary, and the rest of the team, and based on your memo, you had quite a lot of help. So congratulations to you and everybody that helped you in making sure that the election went smoothly.
Thank you for that, Mary Maslowski, Town Clerk, for the record. I did just want to first congratulate Mr. Tolentino, Ms. McGurkin, and Mr. Stone for their reelections and their elections this year. We did have a successful election despite all of the changes last Tuesday. As you know, we had moved to a total of 5 precincts at the senior center. They seemed to go very well, and I think with some minor changes, we will be ready for the fall slate of state and federal elections. We have a lot of work to do before then as well, but we're looking forward to it. It did seem to work out well for us. I did just want to express all of our thanks and my thanks to everyone that did help. As you alluded to, the list is long, but if you would allow me to publicly thank everyone in town that actually really participated and really helped us. We had a lot to do between the re-precincting and the changing of the polling locations and all of the extras that had to happen in order for that to work. So I would like to thank Diane Kane and the staff at the Senior Center, who hosted 5 precincts for voting on Tuesday, May 17th. Also helped us inform the public of the changes to the polling locations by including the information in their monthly newsletters and by assisting our site with our site surveys for the new polling locations. Jeff Colby and his team at the Department of Public Works, who also assisted with the site surveys, and particularly Ron Ramirez, who had to make many new signs for our polling locations, including additional accessible parking signs, which was the only way the state was going to allow us to expand our capacity at the Senior Center. Amy Howell and her team at the Recreation Department, who also assisted the office with site surveys for potential polling locations. Mark Grills and his team in the Building Department, who are ready to enforce our election rules. As you know, no electioneering within 150 feet of our polling locations. So they're always at the ready to do that for us. Bruce Murphy and the Health Department for all of their guidance on the health protocols throughout the past year. Paul Chaffee and the IT team for assisting us throughout town meeting and town election, and for Bruce Barrows for his assistance with the GIS program as a part of the re-precincting process. Karen Green and the Community Development Department, particularly Kathy Williams, our town planner, who provided her expertise to ensure our precinct legal descriptions were accurate, and to Kyle Petticini for his assistance with the website whenever we needed extra help, and for keeping the public informed on our social media channels. Acting Chief John Sawyer and the Yarmouth Fire Department for the use of the electronic signboards. Chief Frederickson and the Police Department for their assistance with the robocalls, and particularly Mike Bryant and Kelly Lowe for helping us by scheduling the police details, and to each of the officers who work the election details at our precincts throughout election day, regardless of how early they had to report and how late they have to stay. Town Constable Paul Rooney, who posted all of our warrants, and particularly for the polling location changes, had to post in 27 public locations around town to notify everybody of the change in locations. So from every CVS and public building you could imagine, Paul had to go off and make sure those postings happen for us. Dan Holmes and his team, who are ready and willing to help us set up and break down our polling locations, and hours of the day and night. Sarah O'Reilly and the Human Resources team for their assistance in helping us onboard all of our election workers, which that was a project that we had to undertake this last year and continues with each election process. Andy Machado, Sue Ripley, and Maria Ruseva, and their teams who generously allow the staff to assist my division throughout the election season and particularly on election day. And I'd actually like to thank, special thanks to Bryce Conroy, Caitlin Gillette, Chrissy Hebner, and Legere Cook for their willingness to extend their workday. They each left town hall at 4:30 and came over to help us at the polling locations. Ed Sentio, who's the finance director, who I'd like to thank for his continued support of my office, including his assistance in performing the site surveys and also for doing whatever we need, including moving new voting booths out of the rain and into trucks in the middle of a thunderstorm, and also moving ballot boxes into our vault whenever we need it. My team in the town clerk's office, particularly Assistant Town Clerk Susan Regan, who took charge of the team and really did make sure everything was ready to go on election day. Stephanie Capello, who manned the office for us for the day, as a person of one with a little bit of help from Vanessa Fish and Biff Hoschenwender, who helped throughout the day while they could. I'd also like to thank our registrars, Robert Chapman and Sandra Clifford, for their willingness to help whenever asked. Few finals. I'd like to thank all of our election workers who arrive early, they stay late, and they work diligently to ensure the elections are run smoothly. And then also the Capital Budget Committee and the Finance Committee for their support of our capital projects and our budget request. And finally, a special thank you to our town administrator and you folks on the Board of Selectmen for supporting our budget and supporting our capital requests. For those of you that went to precinct to see the 5 precincts at the senior center, you'll see some of those new voting booths. We would have had difficulty setting up with the old booths, and the new booths will actually enable us to fit more voting booths per precinct in a smaller location than before. So I thank you for that sincerely. It really does take a village, and I am thankful that I am part of this village in Yarmouth here, because I have received nothing but support from my colleagues and our elected officials. So I appreciate it very much.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
If anyone had any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you while I'm here.
Any board members, anything real quick? No, other than thank you
Thank you very much.
again. The next announcement I'd like to make is regarding Memorial Day, and I want to invite you all to join us here at Yarmouth Town Hall on Memorial Day, Monday at 11 a.m., rain or shine. We will have a ceremony here to honor this special occasion. Okay. The next item on the agenda is a retirement recognition for a longtime and incredibly dedicated employee for the town of Yarmouth, Carl Von Hohn. His last day is May 27th, and we wanted to take a moment this evening to pay tribute to someone whose shoes will be incredibly hard to fill here for the town of Yarmouth. I'm going to ask the town administrator to say a few words, and I'd like Carl to at least come to the podium so that he can at least hear what things we have to say about how much we appreciate.
We need to see Carl, and I don't know if we have any tissues. He may wind up needing them. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and the board for an opportunity to speak briefly about Carl Von Hohn. After all, I missed the big party. I had some unavoidable out-of-state travel, but I heard it was quite a doozy. Glad to see everyone's back in good stead after that. But in all seriousness, Carl Von Hohn is a very highly respected public safety official here on Cape Cod. And, you know, this is a very strange transitional year that we're seeing in the same year, the retirement of the police chief and the fire chief and the director of natural resources, which together make, you know, the big 3 in public safety. And Carl's a person that I highly respect and I've always looked up to the past year that I've been here. And obviously we knew very, very much about Carl across the Cape, you know, in the last 30 years of my experience. Now, most people underestimate Carl's history here with the town. We all know that he's been the esteemed Director of Natural Resources for 27 years, but the truth is that his work here in Yarmouth goes back 36 years. And a lot of people don't know, but he was a part-time deputy shellfish constable and a conservation assistant all the way back to 1986, which now we're really starting to date him. And, he did a little 6-year stint as a natural resources officer in Dennis, and then 3 years as a fisheries supervisor with the State Division of Marine Fisheries. But I'm happy to say that he did finally come to his senses and returned to Yarmouth in 1995 as our director. And what's important is I think Carl is best known as the architect for the modern structure of the Department of Natural Resources here in Yarmouth through his efforts of pulling the Shellfish Department and the Harbor Master Department into the DNR as full-time professional functions under one environmental department. And this is a structure that since that time has been emulated in area communities by me when I was in Falmouth. It was copied in Plymouth, in Wareham. And this structure really has served as a model for natural resources and wildlife management. Many departments in other states, as well as Canada, have also adopted this model. And in fact, there's a Yarmouth in Canada that has as well. So Carl has really fulfilled his promise, I think, back in 95 to bring this department into the next century with the adoption of state-of-the-art techniques, equipment that helped natural resource management and environmental law enforcement, things such as the first introduction of the surveillance cameras that have since been widely used by the police department, having a modern boats with modern equipment on them, the first use of infrared cameras for search and rescue operations. All told, I think Carl has been responsible for bringing in over $6 million in grant funding to support departmental modernization. This is all things that he was very entrepreneurial and looking for those state resources to make these improvements. Some of other highlights with Carl's leadership, he helped lead a multi-state and federal investigation that directly impacted Yarmouth in combating the poaching of the glass eels, those juvenile elvers that are so important to that endangered species. Now, this is a multi-million-dollar criminal operation, to block the rivers and catch these. And that is just an example of environmental law enforcement that goes way beyond just traditional law enforcement. He helped lead the way with close coordination with the fire department and the police department for all of our marine rescue operations, searches, distress calls, recovery operations. And, we heard the other week from the fire chief, it's just clear that doesn't happen, that level of communication in many other towns. And it's just an example of Carl's leadership. He helped found the Disaster Animal Response Team, which is the DART program that helps animals whenever there's a hurricane or other natural disaster. And he also, with the committees that he's on, helped develop that national model rabies program that there's information in your packet of how that's distributed. And, by using the helicopters, it's a program that has got national attention. And here, Carl's been our coastal resiliency expert. He's the one that's conducted the inventory of all of our coastal structures, manages all of the dredging operations, including the detailed alphabet soup of the permitting that there's no less than 10 to 12 various federal and state agencies for every single dredging contract that he's managed. And Carl's DNR accomplishments and expertise are very well known throughout the region, and we're going to be losing a great resource. And so it really is I think, a big occasion for for Carl's retirement. Now, his capable assistant, Bill Bonetti, who is at the CPR training right now, he couldn't be with us. He's going to assume the acting role throughout the summer. What we're working on right now is having a major staff up, all of the seasonal people, all of the marine related resources, and the DNR crew that swells a little bit with the part-timers in the summer. So we've got a big job just to manage the summer flow of things, and then we're going to return with the Board of Selectmen's guidance towards the permanent filling of that position. But I think we're in really good shape to manage a very, very busy summer season. And with that, I just want to thank Carl for everything he's done for this town, because it's been tremendous.
Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you. Round of applause, please. What I'd like to do next is I'd like to ask board members, I'm going to start to my left, but I'm going to ask board members if they'd like to say a few words as well. Starting with Selectman Stone.
In addition to all the professional accomplishments that our town administrator has just talked about, I think the thing that I'll remember most, and the takeaway that I'll have from Carl, is that the fact that he was a very special person. In addition to his professional competency, he's kind, he's considerate, he's friendly, he's congenial, he's helpful. He's even keeled, and he's a friend to pretty much all the people that he interacts with and that he works with. And we might, find somebody with some great professional qualifications, but I can tell you, in terms of his human qualities, we will not be able to replace Carl Van Hoen. He's a special person.
Thank you.
So make sure that you authorize the town administrator. I was sorry I couldn't make your function. I had an emergency situation that came up, but make sure you authorize him to give me your cell phone number, because you and I have unfinished business.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Very good. Thank you. Selectman Horgan.
First of all, I'm very glad that I got this chance to hear about some of this stuff. I've known you for over 20 years now. You look younger today than when I first met you. And that's no doubt due to the fact that you've retired and you've let go of all that stress. One of the things that I think strikes me most clearly about you, Carl, is that you enjoy your work. It's clear that you've enjoyed your work, and everybody that comes in contact with you can sense that. It's hard. This past 2 years, we're losing many of our founding fathers and mothers, incredible employees, and I count you among them. People who have really kind of just solidified Yarmouth into the kind of town that we wanted it to be. You've always been a professional, consummate professional, but also just a delightful man to get to know. I always wanted to go out on the boat with you, but I'm afraid of the water. But hopefully we can do that at some point anyway. I'll wear some floaties or something. I'll go out with you.
There you go.
We'll keep you safe.
To hear that somebody spent this amount of years in one career path, this is something that's dying. We're not going to see this anymore. But it's a real testament to somebody's dedication to an entity, and that's the people of Yarmouth. We've been the beneficiary of that, and certainly as a board member, we feel the information and the guidance that you've given us over this course of time has been trustworthy, it's been reliable, it's been something that we could bank on. And, it's just such a pleasure to get to work with people like you. It's one of the blessings of being a select person is we get to work with people like you and your wife, Amy, as well as all the volunteer staff. So thank you from the depth of my heart. I really wish you a very peaceful and a joy-filled retirement.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Selectman Smith.
Carl, there's been a lot of important employees and representatives of the town since 1639 when we started. You weren't there when we started, but you're going to go down as one of our best. And thank you very much. And I echo all the sentiments that were just said by the other selectmen. Again, thank you very much. Enjoy your retirement. And I'll miss you out on the water because I've seen you out there several times. And one time I found a torpedo, which you may remember at Bass Hole, and called up and you guys got it. And I got a call from Woods Hole thanking me for finding the torpedo. It was a research torpedo, not a bomb.
And it was worth about $52,000.
Oh, my.
I should have taken it and pawned it.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's very great. Thank you. Selectman McGurran.
Well, being the new person here, Carl, tonight, I'd like to share with everyone a little story about Carl when I was just the regular citizen in town. I had never owned an animal before, and I got a puppy. And the puppy was 2.5 months old. And when I looked in his ears, they were totally black, and I freaked out. And I called Animal Rescue. I didn't know where else to call. And Carl helped me out, and he very calmly and kindly sat there with my puppy and took out all what turned out to be the wax that was in his ears, and he was fine after that. And he was just, to see you there with the puppy, it was just the sweetest thing. And it shows your personality, Carl. You're just a wonderful guy, and we're going to miss you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I too want to add my endorsement, my sentiments. They're exactly the same as my colleagues. It's really actually difficult to envision this town without Carl von Hohn. I think it's safe to say that your legacy is here, and we'll see evidence of it all the time. And there's no way that we can think of the work of this department without thinking of you and all that you've done. But as was said before, that I think the thing that we'll always remember about you, and it's not like you're leaving too far, but I think the fact that you've been such an incredible friend, someone that we can rely on, someone that we could always talk to, regardless of whatever the problem or issue is. You've always had time for us and for the people of the town of Yarmouth. You're one of the most revered and respected people that have worked for this town. And the reality is that you represent us. When we think of the town of Yarmouth and what the town of Yarmouth is all about, we think of the people that work for the town. And you've been an incredible public servant, but you've also been an incredible ambassador to other towns and other communities and to the state, from Yarmouth to those other bodies. And you've been an incredible friend for the people of Yarmouth. And we can't say enough about you, and we can't thank you enough for everything that you've done. So really, thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask the board to join me at the front of this desk here, and we're going to present you with just a token of our appreciation. We're going to ask you to join us right up front here. And this is the citation. Now, it's been signed by me, but it's on behalf of the entire Board of Selectmen. And it says essentially that, be it known that the town of Yarmouth hereby recognizes Carl von Hohn on his retirement as Natural Resources Director, effective May 27th, for his dedicated service to the town of Yarmouth. And be it further known that the town of Yarmouth extends its sincerest thanks and appreciation for his total 26.5 years of tireless full-time service in the Division of Natural Resources, as well as all the additional part-time service prior to this period. This citation is duly signed by me, but again, it's on behalf of the entire Board of Selectmen. Thank you again.
If you don't mind, I'd like to say a few words.
By all means.
And not just thank you, but it has been an honor serving here in the town of Yarmouth. My pleasure I've always known I've wanted to do this type of work since I was a young boy. My path has started me here in Yarmouth, and it's going to end here in Yarmouth. And it's been a thrill and a privilege and a true honor to work with all of you, all the town employees, my staff, and the people of Yarmouth and the visitors. It truly has been an honor. And I know Bill will serve the town very well and respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Okay, this is the time on the agenda where we go directly to public comments. Is there anybody seeking recognition? Yes, please.
Joyce Flynn. I'm here to express my grief and my anger and that of all the volunteer team for Solarize Yarmouth. Solar coach Michael Duffy's unable to be with us tonight, but we intend to do everything we can, helping with our careful record keeping. We hope to help the whole team of local and state resources that's admirably captained by our town administrator, Mr. Rittenauer, and we hope our customers will be made whole through a lot of hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the next person, I'd like to ask the town administrator if there's anybody on the remote board that is seeking recognition for public comments.
Sir, there's Thomas J. Sullivan Jr.
Okay.
Hand is up.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan, let's see if we can get our team to get Mr. Sullivan on the in the meeting. Let's see, we see the letter T and a hand up. Tom, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is.
Okay, in your meeting tonight, you're going to get presented with a draft presentation on water restrictions. And there's one item in there that's caught my attention. And that is under the proposed water restrictions, water conservation measures. And they, on the left-hand side of it, hopefully that'll be shown in the PowerPoint, is lawn watering, concept in-ground irrigation systems, lawn watering, handheld watering and drip irrigation systems, flower beds, shrubs, vegetables, private residential swimming pools, hand washing of vehicles and boats, and pressure washing. What I don't see here is anything to deal with commercial properties. If you're going to have and put in, and I understand this is just the draft proposal, any restrictions on private properties, residential, then you need to have the same regulations for commercial properties. That includes all the motels. You have miniature golf places, 3 of them at least use water, and the water park, which is a big draw on water, that inflatable water park. So if you're going to use, put these restrictions in, you have up to 4 stages, I believe. Then it also should be listed for commercial properties as well as a residential. The other thing I happen to notice too, I just let the board know, I'm a member of the COCORAS watering reporting system, which is part of the National Weather Service, and it's out of the University of Colorado in Colorado. I report my daily water report every day in the morning to the National Weather Service, and it goes to COCORAS. I don't see any future right now restriction coming to the Yarmouth, even though the National Geographic watering well is not located in Yarmouth. It's located in West Barnstable, of all places. And right now, I did check today, and the water levels of that reporting station is above normal. Okay, as far as the aquifer goes, I know that Dennis and Howard have put in restrictions, but then again, they're on the Monomoy lens, not the Sagamore lens. The other thing is, so far here in Yarmouth, I have reported since January 1st of this year, just under 17 inches of rain has fallen. I've recorded here at my weather station. It does vary according to different parts of the Cape and towns. because of the fronts that go through, thunderstorms, etc. The average water amount of inches that we receive on Cape Cod annually is 20 inches. So we're pretty well into it right now, considering this is just May. And by the way, the report that came in for the National Geographical Era report was April. And we've had so far this month well over 2 inches of rain here in Yarmouth. So I would like to bring that up to the board. I hope you made some notes on it. I think that if you're going to have to put in a regulation or a bylaw addressing a possibility of water restrictions, you should itemize it between commercial and residential. With that, I say thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else seeking recognition? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the reorganization of the board. So let's all pull out our little charts. Does everybody have their chart of assignments? These are all in our packets. And for those that are watching, these are the list of all the assignments that we're going to go through. So I'm going to open up the floor for nominations for new chairman of the Board of Selectmen. Do I have any nomination?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a nomination for Michael Stone to be the next chairperson.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, we're going to close the nominations unless there's an objection. Hearing none, let's go directly to a discussion. Is there any discussion on the nomination of Mr. Stone as the next chairman of the Board of Selectmen?
Does Mr. Stone wish to be the chairman?
That's an indelicately phrased question. I will accept the will of the board, whatever it is.
There you go. Is there anybody else? We appreciate hearing that news. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to call it for a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Stone as the next chairman of the board, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Carries unanimously. All right, let's open it up for nominations to vice chair. Do I have any nominations on vice chair?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I nominate Dan Horgan as the vice chairman.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, do we have any other nominations for vice chair? Hearing none without objection, I'm going to close the nominations on vice chair. So is there any discussion on the proposal for Dan Horgan as vice chair? Hearing none, all those in favor of Mr. Horgan as the vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Do I have any nominations for clerk?
Selectman Smith, how do you feel about that? I'll nominate Peter.
I'll second it.
Okay, does Mr. Smith want to be? Do I have any objection?
No objection.
Okay, very good. Hearing none. Any other nominations? Hearing none, they're closed without objection. All those in favor of Mr. Smith being clerk of the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Chairman Licensing Board, do I have any nominations on the Licensing Board assignment?
I nominate Michael Stone.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other nominations?
I'd nominate Selectman Forrest.
I respectfully decline.
Okay. It's good that we have somebody who's knowledgeable right behind you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other nominations? Hearing none. Thank you very much, by the way. All those in favor of Mr. Stone, say aye.
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 Doing that much.
Carries unanimously. Appointments chair. Do we have a nomination for appointments chair? I think this goes to the newly elected, so you're the one. And so
That record
you make that motion?
motion.
Second.
And we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. The ambulance waiver admin, who would like to, do we have a nomination on that? And again, this is something that we should switch around every year.
I'm happy to take it.
You happy to take that on? So we have, I will nominate Selectman Horgan to handle ambulance waiver administrative processes. Do I have and we've got a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going too fast for you, Bob? You got it all? Okay, good. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, carries unanimously. Representative DY liaison. Mr. Smith has been serving in that capacity. Do we have a nomination?
I'll nominate Mr. Smith.
Do we have a second?
Second.
You okay with that?
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
So we have a nomination, a second. Any other nominations? Hearing none. I'll go to a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Smith as the DY liaison, say aye. Aye. And carries unanimously. The DY contract negotiation teams, you've been handling that. Are you interested in handling that again?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have a nomination for Mr. Smith?
I'll nominate Mr. Smith.
In a second?
Second.
Okay, any other nominations? Hearing none, let's go directly to a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Smith handling DY contract negotiations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Scholarship Committee alternate. Do I have any nominations for the Scholarship Committee alternate? Anybody interested in taking that on?
I'm happy to fill that.
I'll nominate Dan Horgan.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we got a nomination and a second. Any other nominations? Okay, so Mr. Horgan for Scholarship Committee alternate. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. The Affordable Housing Trust. This is one of the actually fun assignments on the board.
You interested in doing that?
I'd love to do it, sure.
I'll nominate Mark.
Okay. Anybody want? Okay, we have a nomination and a second. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Alternate airport rep. Mr. Horgan, you served in that. Sometimes there's a value in keeping a board member with an assignment like that because there's just so much history, there's so much knowledge. Are you willing?
To continue?
Sure.
I'll nominate Dan Horgan.
Okay, I'll second. Any other nominations? Any other discussions? Hearing none. All those in favor of Mr. Horgan as the alternate airport rep, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. I'm going to pause on DPW committee because I think this assignment has already been fulfilled. This was for the
Building's been built.
building, right?
That's correct. The next two, I think.
So in the Cape Tech Building Committee, that's been filled,
There's a pass on those two.
right? There may be some value in also keeping on hold this Mattakey Middle School Building Committee. Because I'm assuming this relates to either the study or it relates to, I'm not sure what this relates to, quite frankly. So I'd like to just hold that.
Combined middle school.
Okay, all right, so we can, this was largely an assignment that was associated with the design. I'm assuming that during the construction phase, you've been regularly briefed or staff have been briefed.
Yes, I'm on that.
Okay, all right, good.
And on the meeting.
So we don't have to make an assignment on this. The DHY committee rep,
It's a pass.
that's defunct. DHY committee alternate rep, that's defunct. This is an assignment that I would very much welcome. That's the Clean Water Trust Managing Board Rep. This is the committee that doles out the money for wastewater. So I would love to.
I nominate Mark Forrest.
Second it.
Okay, anybody else? Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Public Access Media Center. Dan, you've been assigned this.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Can you?
it's light lifting. Happy to give it. Dorcas, would you be interested in it?
Well, okay. What we're trying to do with this particular assignment is that there's been a tradition that a Yarmouth selectman has typically appointed or been involved in the board governing the Access Center. And I think there's generally been a feeling, maybe feeling's not the right word, but there's been the perception that we can get more out of this operation, that we need to have more public access coverage of events in Yarmouth, better use of the studio and the facilities there. And so this assignment would really mean trying to extract as much as we can in terms of services, because they get a fair amount of money from subscribers in the town of Yarmouth, and that money should be going towards paying for public access services, programming, training for the production of community-oriented media videos, particularly on channel 18 or 22 or on 99 and 98. And the reality is quite frankly, I think, and this has been, I don't think I'm out of line by saying the board has been woefully disappointed in what we've been getting for service. So part of the job means kind of harassing them and haranguing them so that we can get more service, more bang for our buck, so to speak. So if you're ready for that.
Well, actually, one of the things that I felt very strongly about in my campaign was communication. So this is right down my alley.
Bingo, that'd be great. So do we have a nomination for Dorcas?
I'll move that.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, and any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of Dorcas? Okay, and anyone opposed? That carries unanimously. The next item on our list is an assignment that's pretty much been held for years by Mr. Lawton. We keep it on our list because we don't want to take Bob for granted. At some point, he's going to pass that assignment on. The MPO for the Dennis Yarmouth section, that rep right now is currently being held by the town of Dennis. This is a seat that rotates between the towns. So Dennis, I think, has it for one more year, then it comes back to Yarmouth. The MPO is called the Metropolitan Planning Organization. It is the region-wide transportation planning organization. It makes decisions on the TIP. It makes decisions, recommendations on the overall transportation work plan for the county. It is probably, of all the boards on Cape Cod with respect to transportation, the most important, the most significant. Just as an FYI, I happen to serve on the board representing the county commissioners. So we have at least an involvement in this work. And obviously, Yarmouth has done quite well, quite frankly, on the TIP and is doing quite well in terms of the state's priorities. So I think Yarmouth is getting an appropriate level of attention. The next item, Cape Cod Commission Rep. I think we've got that covered. Isn't that correct, Bob?
Yes, we do have an appointment there.
Okay. Now, before we move on, are there any other assignments that, I think this is it. Okay. So congratulations or condolences to all the members with all the new assignments. I'm very happy, Mr. Stone, if you would want me to continue to do this, at least for this meeting, or am I happy to turn it over to you right now?
You should continue. Why don't you finish it?
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the public hearing, special alcohol and special entertainment licenses. Christopher Schultz, Cape Cod Pirate Festival at the Yarmouth Drive-In. I'm going to turn this over to Selectman Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. I take it are you Christopher?
I am.
Okay. Christopher, what we'll do is we'll read the public notice into the record and you can give us a brief presentation. We'll go to the audience to see if anybody has any support or any concerns. Then we'll come to the board. It sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. The Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, acting as a local licensing authority, has received an application from Christopher Schultz for a special one-day wine and malt alcohol license and a one-day special entertainment license for Cape Cod Pirate Festival at the Yarmouth Drive-In site, 669 Route 28, West Yarmouth, Mass. On Saturday, June 4th, 2022, Sunday, June 5th, 2022, Saturday, June 11th, 2022, and Sunday, June 12th, 2022, between the hours of 10:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. Entertainment will include a public show, dancing by entertainers and performers, live music, concert, amplification system, theatrical exhibition, and stage play. The hearing will be held on Tuesday, May 24th, 2022 at Town Hall, 1146 Route 28 South Yarmouth. The Selectmen's meeting begins at 6 p.m. Written comments will be accepted until 4:30 PM Friday, May 20th, 2022, in the Selectmen's office at Town Hall. It can be submitted electronically to publiccomment@yarmouth.ma.us. Verbal comments will be accepted at the hearing. So, floor is yours. Why don't you just give us a brief overview of what it is that your activity will entail, and then we'll go to the public.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman-elect Stone and members of the Select Board. This is a repeat of the event that we did last year. Last year, we had this event in late August at the Skull Island Entertainment Complex. The event is being revisited at a different time in the year to better service the town in terms of attracting potential attendees during a time of the season that is traditionally a little bit slower. Last year's event was a great success, and this year we're hoping to capture that again by adding an additional weekend, bringing in some bigger and broader acts, which are going to be able to attract people from not just the Cape area and locals who live here, but also some folks from off Cape, and hopefully contribute to the restaurants and the hotel rooms in the area as well. The event itself is a 2-weekend event comprised of, as described in the notice, lots of different musical entertainment, sea shanties, performers, musicians, magicians, some sword fighting, children's entertainment, and then of course some vendors who are going to be vending some pirate themed wares, all of which really ties in with the efforts to kind of promote the Pirate Mile, which is a big point of something they're trying to promote in that area between the Skull Island complex and the Witta Museum. It sort of encapsulates that spirit. It's a fun, family-friendly festival event, which will hopefully leave parents with smiles and children exhausted.
Thank you. Does anybody in the public want to speak either for or against this proposal? I see Mr. Saban. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Select Stone, Jim Saban. I'm the Drive-In Site Committee Chair. I'd like to welcome you. I'd like to ask a couple of things that you get an opportunity to work, and I'm sure you've probably worked with Karen and Kathy already to a degree, but with regards to music amplification and those issues, I'd like to have you work with us, the committee, and how you're going to be laying this out. We're very concerned about our neighborhood and surrounding us to make sure that we keep the disturbances to a minimum, if not exactly eliminate them. So we welcome you. We're excited to see some of that, but we want you to work with us so that we can make sure that this goes off as a successful event. And we look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Saban.
Anyone else out in the public? Is there anybody on in TV land, Bob?
There are no hands up.
Okay. How about going to the board? Peter?
My only comment would mirror Mr. Saban's that it was a great event last year. Hopefully it'll be more successful this year. But again, the neighbors have expressed issues with noise and decibel levels in their neighborhood. So, you know, if the music, I'm not going to call it noise, if the music can be kept to a reasonable level, that would be appropriate. And I wish you all the success in the world. I think it would be another great event for the town of Yarmouth, and thank you for bringing it here.
Thank you. Dorcas, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm still a little new to this game, so I just wish you the best of luck.
Mark?
Do we need to close the public hearing?
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll do it shortly.
Okay. Very good. I don't have any questions now.
Okay, Dan?
No questions.
All right. I see that on your application, you initially had checked that it was all alcohol, but then you crossed it out and changed it to beer and wine. So it's just going to be beer and wine, right, that you're going to be serving. And just for the record, in terms of your description, it says this event will be the second of its type in an annual series of pirate-themed festivals. The event will include 3 stages of variety entertainment, including music, magic, storytelling, and sword fighting. The event will also feature a variety of pirate and fantasy-themed vendors offering specialized crafts. Local talent will be developed to create a village atmosphere. The only reason I mention that, that's a nice succinct statement describing, what you intend to do there. Do I have a motion to close the public portion of the hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that's, the public hearing's closed. Is there any further discussion before we vote on this? Do I have a motion to approve the application?
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very, very much.
And is it true Johnny Depp's gonna make a guest appearance? Well, no, he's
Maybe
busy. I'm
next-
sorry. He's busy.
He's got a court case right now.
It's in court, like we're all good people, Blonde. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Yarmouth Port Village traffic and parking recommendations. I'm going to turn this portion of the meeting over to the town administrator. I know he has staff, other folks that he would like to bring to the front table. So I'd like to invite those folks to the front table. We've got the deputy chief. I think Kathy Williams will be joining us. Who else will be joining us at the front table here? Is that it?
We may have some other team members. I want to just recognize that maybe zooming in, our Department of Public Works has done a great job with this.
Okay.
Jeff Colby's been on our team, Lori Rosala, Amanda Lima, our town engineer, Karen Green, the director of community development, obviously, as well as Kathy, to work very hard on this project, and also our economic development coordinator, Kyle Pedicini, I think had a major role in the whole process. And I just want to make a couple of introductory remarks, and we have a brief presentation for you this evening and a series of recommendation. And my thanks and appreciation goes out to the residents of the Route 6A area, specifically in the neighborhood of the Yarmouth Port Village, both homeowners, members of the business community. I was just so impressed with the level of public participation and the passion with which people view the village center. It has one of the most tremendous historical senses of place, I think, of anywhere in our region. And it is truly an area that is revered by all of those that are members of its community. And we set out to reintroduce to a detailed public discussion the initial sort of planning process that goes back to 2015, 2016. And the Cape Cod Commission has also studied this issue, and there were some prior meetings. And with COVID, I guess, and everything that hit, things just got on the back burner. So we brought this entire issue back into a public review as a result of a lot of the comments and input that we got from local residents. And we held an extremely spirited public meeting on March 30th that we were a little overcrowded over at the fire station in Yarmouth Port, but it was well attended, and we have detailed lists of the public comments that were received. Every single public comment that was received at these meetings was cataloged, was listed out. We provided that to the Board of Selectmen. Selectman Peter Q. Smith has been our liaison to that community throughout the process. Individual members of the Board of Selectmen. I know we had that was posted as a Selectmen's meeting. We had a majority of the board that was present, listened and spoke, and there was an additional public meeting. I want to thank Mary Vilbon and the Yarmouth Chamber of Commerce helped us organize, that was held on April 13, that was just for the business community to receive additional input. And all of the input that received, there was some really great comments and suggestions, was cataloged and documented, forwarded to the Board of Selectmen for your review. Again, members of the Board of Selectmen had such strong participation in those public sessions. And then our team that we've listed, that I had a lot of the background already, all of the information we additionally received, lists and lists of emails on the topic. We had no less than 2 staff meetings to go over the public comments that we received, evaluate which ones of those would be feasible, how we would approach that. And through that process, really that's feeding off the public input that we received, we developed a series of recommendations for possible action steps, both short-term steps, and there are some long-term steps. Everything can't be done immediately. You know, we ask folks patience in recognizing it is a state highway, but the town has impacts over this and may even more in the future. And so what we want to do is, work with the community, work with the town, work with the state to make sure these action steps are taken that makes the area that's so beautiful out there just more livable for everyone involved. So what we thought we would do is to orient everyone to what the issues are, what the concerns are, what the thoughts are, is walk you through starting with Deputy Chief Lennon, brief presentation, after which we can go right through what the proposed possible action steps are and to see what the board's pleasure, whether some of those we can start moving on and what our next steps would be as well. So with that, I'll turn
Good
it
evening.
over to
Thank
Deputy
you.
Chief.
The date on that says May 24th, but this is actually the presentation with a few tweaks that we gave on March 30th, as the town administrator said. So the team put a presentation together because we wanted to meet with the community. We had to come up with, why are we here? How did we end up where we are? And before I started my presentation at the fire department, I just made a statement that this is a we problem. This is a problem that we all have to work together with: the police department, the DPW, the town, the businesses, and the citizens. There's no one entity that can fix this. We need to come together as a group and we need to come up with some solutions. So we put together this presentation. I'll go through it fairly quickly so don't take up too much time. But we wanted to focus on the Route 6A Village Center. So we're basically looking at from North Sandy side, just before Summer Street, that area there. And this is what we presented to the businesses there. Why are we here? Because there's an increase in popular businesses that has exacerbated the parking issues along Route 6A. So years past, the businesses there weren't as vibrant as they are now, so parking wasn't as big of an issue. Now we have several businesses that are doing very well, which is great for the businesses. It's also drawn in a lot of vehicles and there's limited parking up there, so it's created an issue for us. The police department has and continues to receive a wide variety of complaints from speeding motor vehicles, illegally parked vehicles, which create line of sight issues with vehicles trying to get out of driveways, alleys, and Minden Lane. The parking issues are creating hazardous conditions for motorists and pedestrians traversing through the area. About 3 weeks ago, we received a picture and a comment from somebody through Facebook Messenger that stated they were in a wheelchair and they took a picture on the sidewalk facing westbound with 2 cars parked in front of them and they couldn't get around the cars. They were just making us aware of that. And then also the Massachusetts parking laws on state highways. There's a law that's specifically a CMR that specifically addresses parking on state highways. So this is some updated information. We have a speed trailer that we put out on Route 6A. We put it out from March 4th to March 16th. 67,000 vehicles went by in that time frame. The posted speed limit is 35 miles an hour, but the average speed of the vehicles going by was 31. So this is not unlike Center Street, the issues that we were dealing with Center Street, and same with this, it wasn't so much a speeding problem. And you'll see that there are some vehicles that are speeding. It's more of a volume problem. We have a lot of vehicles that are going through that area at all times of the day. So this is a breakdown. So if you look at the chart real quick, 49,000 cars were going between 0 and 35 miles an hour. That's about 73%. 15,800 cars were going between 36 and 40. So the last 4 rows right there, that makes up about 27% rather. So it's 73% is that 49,000 number, and then 27% makes up the rest of it. About 3% of the vehicles were going between 41 and 45. And then about a 1.5% was going 46 to 50, and then only 44 vehicles in that time frame were going over 51 miles an hour. And the fastest vehicle that the speed trailer clocked was 80 miles an hour. Now, the problem with the speed trailer is when people see that, sometimes they will speed up to see how fast they can get going. We can't tell what type of vehicle it was. We can't tell if it was two-wheel or four-wheel, but a vehicle going that quickly is most likely going to be a motorcycle. But we did have one vehicle that was going on excessive speed. Route 6A, what we know, it's a heavily traveled area, again, with a speed limit of 35 miles an hour. We looked at our calls for service and our crash data. From 2013 to 2017, there were 17 reported crashes between North Sandyside and Minden Lane. And then between 2012, 2017, 18 reported crashes between Minden and Summer Street. This is a breakdown of the crash data between 2018 and 2022 as of today. And we've had 18 motor vehicle crashes in that area between Willow Street and Summer Street. Now, some of those motor vehicle crashes, the way they're categorized, they could have happened in the driveway to Jack's Outback. It could have been in the parking lot of Jack's Outback, or it could have been on Route 6A itself. But we have had motor vehicle crashes that have been directly contributed to sightline issues, meaning a car was trying to pull out of an alleyway or a driveway and couldn't see because there were cars parked on either side. And I've done it myself pulling out there. Sometimes you're trying to do your best guess to see if there's a vehicle coming and you're pulling out. It's a very narrow road, sightline issues. So we've had crashes because of that. Between January 1st, 2018 to today, we've had 36 motor vehicle complaints called into the police department, and they range from the area of 139 6A to 201 6A. And I want to say we're not picking on any businesses up in the area. We're just highlighting the complaints that have come into the police department, called in by different residents and other business owners. So going back to 2018, May of 2018, and I had to cut the list down a little bit so you could keep it up on the sheet, but you could see that there's a large variety of calls that have come in between 167, 157, 121, and then in the area of Happy Fish, Dennis Partners, Happy Fish, the 1830 House, Happy Fish, Jolly Maccabee, and then Happy Fish is now Lighthouse Keepers, and it just goes from there. So we've had a large number of complaints up there because the sidewalk up there, if you're in the area of Idaho, the road is wide enough where you could park off on the south side and you're not obstructing traffic of the sidewalk. As you start going west, and there's a couple pictures that show that, the sidewalk, it's hard to tell where it is because between the sidewalk and the road, that Cape Cod berm has deteriorated to the point where it just looks like a muddy shoulder, and people pull off and they're actually blocking the sidewalk. 720 CMR 9, it defines what a highway is. It defines the layout of the highway, and it also specifically prohibits parking on a sidewalk. So Mass DOT nor the town of Yarmouth can say that it's okay to park on the sidewalk. It also states where, if Mass DOT is gonna allow vehicles to park along the state highway, they have to be designated by DOT, and then those parking spaces have to be time spaces, meaning that it has to be a 2-hour time limit, a 4-hour time limit, or something like that. So DOT has never designated any parking up on the Route 6 area, because if they did, we would have, it would say parking, allowed, 2-hour parking or 3-hour parking, but there's nothing like that up there. So what are the issues that are created? We have sightline issues, and anybody that's driven up there and tried to go to Jack's or one of those places when you're trying to pull out, it's difficult to see because the vehicles are parking almost to the end of the driveways. So when you have the direction, it's difficult to see. Illegal parking, as I said, we've received numerous complaints about cars actually parking on the sidewalk, parking too close to the road, meaning they're in one of the alleyways. Hazardous conditions, again, we had that complaint that came in not too long ago, but vehicles are parking on the sidewalk. And if you're looking on the south side, there are some areas where when vehicles are parking on the sidewalk, the only place that a pedestrian could go would be left into the roadway to get around the vehicle, because the business owners have done a nice job beautifying the front of their businesses, but it prevents people from walking across the lawn to go around the car, which they shouldn't have to do anyway. They should be able to walk down the sidewalk. And if we have someone pushing a carriage or doing something else, or somebody that's mobility impaired, they cannot get down the sidewalk, and their only alternative would be to walk into 6A. So these are some pictures that we took. So here are some sightline issues. So if you're trying to pull out, you can see there's only 3 cars parked there, but that's going back probably 30 feet where it's difficult to see if there's cars coming. And a car that's going 35 miles an hour going down the road, going the speed limit, if somebody's trying to pull out, it's a fair chance that there could be an accident. This is a view looking westbound, and you can see that that those two vehicles right there, well, at least the first vehicle, the SUV, is definitely parked on the sidewalk. And you can see just to the left of the red line, you can see where the, lack of a better term, the Cape Cod berm is really falling apart. So you could almost give someone a little bit of a benefit of the doubt that they're pulling off, and they think that they're just pulling off onto a soft shoulder, but they're actually pulling onto the sidewalk. The picture on the left-hand side, that shows what the, that was taken around 2018, and that's what the sidewalk looked like in front of Happy Fish. The owners of that property took it upon themselves to clean that area up, and what they ended up doing was they ended up taking the sidewalk out. And they made what looks like a parking space. So the picture on the right is now in front of Lighthouse Keepers, and they did a very good job cleaning up the area, but they actually removed the sidewalk that was there. So now we have an issue with some business owners across the street complaining about vehicles parking there, which is actually an extension of the sidewalk. And then some illegal parking. There is a sign on the north side of Route 6A, and this sign says that there's no parking between 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. But parking would never be allowed there because the only way you could park a car there is if you were on the sidewalk. So one of our recommendations is going to be to have that sign removed and just put up a no parking sign so that nobody can ever park there. We talked to MassDOT. They didn't know how the sign got up there, but it did end up there. So that's one of the signs that we were thinking about taking down. So we came up with some potential short-term solutions. The first one would be to remove that sign that I just showed a picture of. Develop a short-term plan to address some vegetation issues along the north side of the sidewalk. Work with Mass DOT on a potential plan to add some sidewalks to the area, and then develop a plan with DOT to add signs if necessary to clearly designate areas where there's parking and no parking. I've had conversation with the chief, and it's I don't want to speak for the chief, but it's really our opinion that the only way they're going to fix this problem is if we put some signage up there so people can clearly see where they're allowed to park and where they're not. Because we can't keep going the way that we are because it's going to get very busy soon. The area is going to become very popular, and we're going to have people parking all over the sidewalks, and that's just going to lead to an unfortunate issue. So this is some potential sign locations. So the green arrow is going to indicate where there could be parking along Route 6A. And that area is almost directly in front of Inaho. That's a space where between the curb and the sidewalk and the road is wide enough to get a car off the road safely. If you go back a little bit towards Howlett's, it narrows down where you can only really get a compact car in there. And then if you go westbound down towards the area that we were talking about, there's no place to park because they're actually on the sidewalk. So the recommendation would be to put a couple no parking signs on the south side, preventing people from parking on the sidewalk, and then put a couple no parking signs on the north side, one to replace the one that says no parking from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m., take that one out, and then we'll put one down further almost across from Inaho where there's a little dirt cutout, but when cars park there, they're on the sidewalk. So we would recommend or just suggest that we could do some potential signage there to make it safer. And then Kyle Pedicini's been working on looking at getting some banners to create a downtown village feeling, which may help slow some of the traffic down, improve the look of the area. And the white flags are just potential areas where we could put those. He's been working with, I think he's working with the utility companies to figure out if we can put it on the poles, and then he's trying to come up with the design of what it could possibly look like. But there are 5 locations that we could put the banners down there, so that it could create more of a village feel and then possibly just naturally slow traffic down. And these are just some design concepts of what the banners could look like. And he's still working with the design group. Nothing has been decided. He just gave me that slide just to say, hey, this is the area that we're going in, but nothing's been defined. I'm going to turn it over to Kathy.
Kathy Williams, Town Planner. As Bob mentioned, this area has been studied for quite some time, and it originally started due to concerns about state safety and speed, mainly from Willow to Union Street. And in 2013, we worked with the Cape Cod Commission to do a road safety audit. A couple improvements came out of that. There were some chevrons that were located, some signs on Summer Street. We also put a new signage at the crosswalks that had been very faded and put that new signage in, and eliminated what had been a passing zone that had gone through the village center. Following up on that, we had another 2017 streetscape improvement project that we did with the Cape Cod Commission. They came with some various recommendations with regard to improving the sidewalks, maybe adding some additional sidewalks on the south side, updating and adding handicap accessible crosswalks, looking at formalizing the street parking in the village center area, making sure that people understood that there's large parking areas in the rear, looking at maintenance, and also investigating different ways to really create that village center. So in 2019, the town engaged the consultants of VHB to try to develop some visualizations of those recommendations so that we could vet them with the public and get an idea how they felt about them. We held 3 public meetings in the spring of 2019 to garner public input. What you see here is the actual presentations that were given back in 2019. The whole idea, and this is the village center from North Sandy side really to Minden Lane, the pediatric office there, is really to create that village center so drivers intuitively know they've come into a different part of Route 28. This is a business center. It's more activated with pedestrians and just be more of an intuitive way of coming along Route 28, or I'm sorry, Route 6A. First thing we're going to do is looking at improving the crosswalk here by bumping it out and putting piano stripes, and then kind of bookending it by putting another crosswalk here. This will really help to get all the pedestrians from the north side pedestrian network to the businesses, which are mainly located on the south side. We're also looked at different ways to improve the pedestrian access in a wide paved area along Minden Lane. So it's a clear defined area for pedestrians to walk. We looked at formalizing that on-street parking, taking into consideration of some limited areas due to the limited right-of-way, and in addition to upgrading the sidewalk and including curbing in this area. Again, trying to take into consideration the large number of curb cuts that you have here. Most of the time when you have on-street parking, it's block to block on-street parking. There's not a lot of alleys or driveways. This is a little bit unusual because there's no way to really go around behind to get to parking behind the structures unless you come in through a driveway off of Route 6A. We also looked at possibly looking at some parking on the north side, but there's some existing trees and really limited right of way. And we also put people in a place where they would need to be jaywalking or walking across in an unsafe manner to get to the businesses on the south side. So we took a look at various materials and streetscape elements that could be considered. This slide on the left is from North Sandy side and looking eastward. And it kind of shows you how you might have a Cape Cod berm with a grass strip and then having the sidewalk here. And again, on the south side, showing that on-street parking with some curbing, with the bulb out here for the crosswalk. And then different design elements could be added, such as decorative lighting. And here they're showing a clock, trying to give you that village feel. What you're seeing on the right was an aerial view of looking at the area for Minden Lane and the area in front of Lighthouse Keeper, showing this pedestrian crosswalk, and then showing how you might be able to differentiate in some way the materials in order to ensure a safer pedestrian route across this large area. So what did we get out of all the public input? A lot of the similar information that we received in our recent public meetings that we had. People concerned about parking on the sidewalk. A lot of that, and running of the grass strips, a lot of that's related to either having mountable berms, or there's a large section of anti-granite curbing that's been paved over it, and all of that allows people to drive over it and park on the sidewalk. People were very interested in maintaining the character of the village and really improving the pedestrian safety with the addition of raised crosswalks. Trying to find different ways to encourage people to park in the rear, so we'll put less stress on that safe on-street parking that we can provide, and then also trying to address pedestrian safety on Minden Lane while taking into consideration there's a significant parking in the front there, as well as some different turning movements that are going on there that we want to be sure that we don't impede. So what are some of the next steps that we could take for the long term? Right now, the DPW is trying to re-engage VHB to further develop concept ideas and visualizations based on that input that we received in 2019 and currently, mainly concentrating in the village center. We would develop and come out with, again, public meetings in the summer of 2022 to vet that with the public, as well as coordinating with various stakeholders, the businesses, Mass DOT and Old Kings Highway. And then we need to finalize the concept design and develop costs and funding for that work. The key here is that we're really trying to incorporate village center improvements within the water main replacement project, which we hope to begin next year. Because if we're going to be digging things up and we want to restore it, we want to make sure that we're restoring it the way that we would like. And then finally, the last long term there's been some discussion about evaluating the possibility and feasibility and costs related to the town of Yarmouth taking over the village center portion of 6A. So I think I'm going to hand it back over to Bob. This is kind of the presentation from our meeting.
Thank you. That's an excellent presentation. And again, based on all of the input that we received, and the Board of Selectmen has a memo. I don't know if we can get it up there, but we've highlighted several short-term, more temporary solutions, things that can be done to increase the safety today. But as Kathy indicated, that the real opportunity here is that we have just recently received funding for the water main improvement project. It's going to go along that area in Route 6A. And so what we're hoping to do is re-energize that design team, continue to have public meetings, working with local residents and businesses, and present to the Board of Selectmen additional input on some long-term final design ideas that are involved with the restoration of the site after the construction. So we have an additional opportunity here, and that we also want to engage with. Right now, the entire layout is owned by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So we feel if we can engage them in the process, we'll be most successful. So just going through the first, some of the short-term solutions is to work with the state to try to highlight the parking areas that it's okay to park, where it's not okay to park, and including some painting of cross-hatching, requesting the Mass DOT to mark the no parking areas. We feel on the key area for no parking, as Deputy Chief Lennon pointed out, is that north side of Route 6A. I think everyone agrees that the sign that is sort of meaningless be taken away, and we feel that there's probably two signs along that north side strip, which is the opposite side, as most of the businesses are located, would have no parking. And also request the Mass DOT to put parking restrictions on those areas on the south side that whether it's blocking the sidewalk or the geometry does not exist for parking spaces. And unfortunately, and this is probably one of the most hotly debated topics, the folks from the Lighthouse Keeper's Pantry are here. That's one of the locations that it's felt that geometry isn't available to support the sidewalk and parking in that limited area in the front. And also, we'd like to work with the Mass DOT to place those parking allowed signs along the stretch where the geometry allows cars to park and maintaining a sidewalk and a reasonable travel lane. And we think that there's a minimum 5 or 6 spaces, as were shown on the slides, that we can add parking there. And some other items, that's the parking issues, delineate that a little more clearly, just so people understand what are the rules out there. And then with respect to speed, there is a tremendous perception of speed in the area, borne out, again, as the deputy chief indicates, by such a high volume of traffic. And we've already worked to put up the temporary traffic and speed counters. We've reviewed that data. We've had the speed trailer installed, and we propose to conduct speed enforcement at some of the peak times and randomly, just to ensure that people know that it's an area that's enforced. And so we don't have unlimited speeding along there, which, based on the narrowness of the road, a car driving by at 35 miles an hour on Route 6A in the village, it seems like it's going 50. easily just because it's so close to you. And I've been out there. It's a little scary when a car is whizzing by and it's like 10 feet or less from your body. And we get a lot of that in the public meetings. People didn't feel safe. And that was.
There we go. That's great, Kathy. If you could increase the font and try to at least get more of it on the screen. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just my eyes have been straining to actually read the presentation.
And again, in conjunction with the speed enforcement, it's the public information, and the police department does a great job on their social media to get out word to the public and have these notifications to warn about the speed enforcement. And again, self-policing is the best form of policing. And if people are aware, if we can increase awareness, that's a positive. We wanted to move ahead with at least a 2-week warning period where we would work with folks when the new signs come in, just to make sure that it's not an abrupt transition. We do know for quite some time, there's been a lack of enforcement that has led to some of the safety issues and concerns that has sort of made everything come to a head. So we want to have a gradual transition there. The Cape Cod Commission, work with them to also install on a more long-term basis the speed and traffic counters, 8 locations we have throughout the Route 6A corridor to generate more traffic data, which will help us in the traffic planning in this area when we do the long-term solutions. So the Cape Cod Commission is directly involved. And we would like to work, and we are working now with the Chamber of Commerce and the local business communities on shared signage and circulation for parking in the rear. Now, there is significant number of parking spaces that are privately owned in the rear of the stores located directly along that south side of Route 6A in the village. And the business community members indicated a desire to partner together with each other and with the town, and we're working to develop some signage that would help get people to the back areas and work with property owners to have some safe circulation, and that's something that we'd like to work on. Another one is to, for the short-term solutions, is install signs in the crosswalks. We received a lot of feedback that people would not stop in the crosswalk for pedestrians, and we felt we could add signage, potentially it's temporary signage with some lighting to alert people as to the crosswalks. And we'd like to request that the Mass DOT repaint the sidewalks, hopefully immediately, just to have better visibility. And that seemed to be a key issue for safety. We would also like to work with homeowners out there for selective vegetation trimming on the north side of Route 6A. We're not saying take down the vegetation, but there are some areas where the vegetation growth has impeded the walkway, and it makes it unsafe for people to walk along the north side. And we talked about installing the banners on light poles to help better denote the Yarmouth Port Village Center. And there may be some also working with local businesses, additional plantings. And Tracy Post, had attended all of our meetings to it, and she came up initially with that idea of having some additional plantings in the banners, and that was something that the local business community seemed to resonate very well. And we've actually made some progress on that. The board approves us moving forward with it. And we'd also like to ask the Mass DOT to consider lowering the speed limit in the village center to 30 miles an hour. I think the actual speed limit right now is 35. And if they lowered it to 30, I think that would help with that perception of feeling unsafe as the cars drive by. Now, again, what we want to do is try to implement these solutions for a trial period this summer and evaluate the performance, and does it make people safer? Is it more safe? And then, but I think a lot of the folks, we're really looking forward to us working directly with the DPW and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on the proposed water main project, and And again, we'd like to get the board's approval to re-engage our traffic design consultant to.
Can we just stop right here, Bob, for just a second? What I'd like to do for a moment is just to see the board. We've all been listening to the presentation. I just wanted to, on the short-term solutions, before we go to the longer-term ones, just ask if the board members, and we will get to the public, we'll invite the public to provide some comment, but I just didn't know if the board members had any specific questions or needed clarifications on any of the short-term solutions that are being proposed. Selectman Horgan.
Sure, I'll start. My first question would be whether or not anybody's been in touch with DOT at this point to try to get timelines in terms of their response and process.
Jeff's here, he's our DOT expert.
Yes, Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. We have been talking with DOT specifically about the signage, and we know that they have contracts in place.
Excuse me, Jeff, is that mic working well? Can you make sure that it's on, or maybe speak?
Green light is on.
Okay,
Hopefully.
maybe you can speak a little closer into it.
All right.
So we want folks to hear you.
Okay. Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. We've been talking with Mass DOT specifically about the signage, the no parking signage kind of elevated some of these issues. And so we know that they're ready to install signage on the recommendation of the towns. They're looking for some guidance, some input from the town as to what the appropriate no parking signage would be. And I do know, because they are marking some of the lines in the area, that they have contracts to do that as well. So we believe they could act pretty quickly. We have not reviewed these specific short-term recommendations in detail with Mass DOT, but we do know that they're willing and ready to move on some of them.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
Any follow-up, Dan?
Just, no, you know what? I'll listen first
Okay.
before I talk further.
All right. Any other board members have any questions or need for clarification on any of the short-term comments? Yes, Mr. Smith.
I understand the parking, but I know one of the issues for a lot of the business owners are deliveries. And, you know, and the UPS trucks and stuff. I think they would have a hard time getting into a lot of those back parking lots. So I think there needs to be some modification to allow deliveries, at least at certain times, to get the goods into the businesses. And I know that's a tough one because the trucks are big, but the businesses need deliveries.
That did come up at one of the meetings.
Yes.
And the issue that we wrestled with is some of the trucks park on the north side of the road. They're completely blocking the sidewalk, and they're actually tearing up the area that was fixed a while ago, because the dual wheel trucks, they create a mess. If you allow them to park on the south side of the road, we understand that they can't get behind some of those businesses. You run into the same problem where they're blocking the sidewalk. So we're trying to balance allowing trucks to get into the businesses with the public safety aspect of that. Creates additional sightline issues. If you have a 15-foot box truck parked on the side of the road, now you can't see even farther down the road. And then we, as the police department, receive the complaints. Why are you allowing people to park on the sidewalk when it's illegal? So we did talk about that. We couldn't come up with a viable solution as to what we can do. And during the business meeting, Mr. Belzekian made a great point. His driveway in his parking lot is not wide enough for his delivery truck to get in the back. So how do we accommodate the different businesses? And we couldn't come up with a viable solution, because parking on the sidewalk, or we can't grant somebody the ability to do that. It was brought up that they do that up in the city. Maybe it's an ordinance that they have where the trucks can pull in and they can park. The problem is our road, the area that we're talking about, is so narrow that we don't have that luxury. The truck is on the sidewalk, and it's also blocking part of Route 6A on either side of the road. So unfortunately, the think tank that we put together right now, we could not come up with a viable solution as of yet as to what we could do.
Right. I'm not suggesting allowing folks to park on the sidewalk, but there needs to be something.
I think one of the things that I had inquired about when we had the business meeting, which is great because we had a bunch of different business owners all together, was would you be willing to give a permanent easement across your property so that we could locate the sidewalk on your property, thus widening the amount of space within the right of way layout in order to either expand some of the parking and or allow it in certain areas. Now then that might make it easier and more parking on the south side how you designate certain time periods or things for deliveries, it becomes a little bit more difficult because I'm not sure if the businesses know exactly when they're going to be receiving deliveries. But at least that would give more area and opportunity for people to have deliveries on the south side. But that would mean you'd need a cooperation with the business owners to give that permanent easement.
No, I'm glad you raised the question because it's a serious problem. I mean, how do you take care of deliveries? If businesses can't get deliveries, businesses can't operate. So, do we still have the team working on something? Are we asking VHB or somebody to help us out? I mean, what's the point? There has to be an answer. We have to do something, right? So how do we get there?
I think it is trying to present that to VHB and see if they can come up with some different solutions.
Okay.
I think some of the things that we had heard about was people designating certain on-street parking spaces for deliveries only during certain times of the day.
Okay, but we have to come up with something, right? I think there's an agreement there. What do you do in the interim? What happens in the interim? Is there like, will people get some sort of relief or what happens in the meantime until we come up with a solution? Are people going to get ticketed or then how do we deal with that?
If we're receiving complaints now, we have officers going up and they're speaking with the drivers and trying to move things along as quickly as possible.
So at the moment, when a delivery comes in, the idea is to just move the exercise along quickly. Someone is actually coming. There's a police officer coming to the scene.
If we get called, yes.
If we get called.
We're receiving quite a few complaints
already
about the vehicles parking.
I see. So that's consuming police time. And is that an area where at least the merchants can also be cooperative too and encouraging the drivers to speed things up as well? I have to say, I'm not aware of people that deliver merchandise or food, particularly food deliveries that take their time. They tend to be generally quick about it. So at least I haven't seen that problem. I used to be in the manager's office in Provincetown, and it's the same issue. The roads are narrow and you have lots of trucks coming in and it's a nightmare, but every delivery truck we used to see used to get in there and work their tails off to get things taken care of quickly. We just have to have an answer for folks on this. That's what I think, and we need to have one soon. Any other questions or need for clarifications on the short-term stuff? Is the board comfortable with maybe going to the public now on the short-term stuff and getting their comments?
Can I just
Yes.
ask one question? Why the speed limit? I mean, obviously from your study, people are going roughly between 30 and 35 miles an hour. They're already doing it. Many places where I travel around the country, when you get to a town center, I mean, 30 miles an hour, is way too fast, I think, for going through there. You know, you need to bring that speed limit down even further. That's going to make it safer. I mean, I'm seeing it more like it's a school zone. I mean, it's on that same idea. You know, you got people walking and so forth. I'd like to see it more like around 20 miles an hour through there or something, just to slow it all. That kind of takes some of the stress off.
Amanda Lima did present us with some information, and I believe she said that we could petition to have it lowered by 7 miles an hour.
By 7.
By 7 miles.
Below the 85 percentile, which is how they determine.
Right now, the 85 percentile is actually 37 miles an hour going through there. So bringing us down to 30 would be in line with that.
Well, one of the, I guess, long-term, maybe it's long-term, is you're talking about putting raised crosswalks into that area?
Not raised crosswalks, but
Just
having bump
hatched.
outs and then having the ladder painting on the roadway.
But if they were raised, there's no way somebody could go 30 miles an hour.
That would be a case where the town would have to take over that section of Route 6A in order to be able to do that.
Okay. Is that what they did in Barnstable Village? So the town of Barnstable took over the village.
They owned it for, I believe,
Oh, they
quite some
did?
time. Yeah.
I see. So they have the opportunity to be a bit more creative in terms of the things that they can do. Okay.
They have elevated crosswalks and
Okay. Yeah, there's no question you have to slow down when you go into Barnstable Village, unless you want to lose your transmission. Yeah. Anybody else on the board have any need to clarify or questions on the short-term solutions? What I'd like to do, if it's okay with the board, is go to, if you'd like, to go to the public and hear what the public has to say. We're gonna open it up and we're gonna allow folks that are here in the audience tonight to come to the podium if they have any questions or if there are any comments that you'd like to share with the board in terms of some of these recommendations.
Okay, yes, sir.
Let's over a cup of coffee. Thanks, everybody. My name is Greg Belaziki, and I'm the owner of the Unknown Lighthouse Keepers Pantry with my partner, Kelly O'Connell. We both grew up here in Yarmouthport. We're familiar with the ins and outs of how the town has supported Yarmouthport. I started off, my notes are a little different now after I've heard Deputy Chief's comments, so I apologize if I'm a little emotional. You know, the customer is missing from this whole conversation, right? So we have 300 customers, they come in, we don't have mayhem. You'd think we were having frat parties. We're in control of our environment. People come in, they enjoy it, they thank us for being open. They're grateful that we're here. We had one customer say, please don't close. Closing north side and south side of 6A eliminates my grab and go customer. We have customers that stop, they grab a cup of coffee and they go along. They don't stay very long. And they enjoy the environment. They enjoy being outside. They enjoy what we're doing. We're in 120 retail stores with our wholesale line already. We haven't been at it just a year. Quelling our entrepreneurial spirit is a problem for me. I really, grew up in an entrepreneurial home, haven't made my living here on Cape Cod, and I want to advocate for my future success by saying this solution short-term hurts me. This summer, without parking in front or whatever is a problem. So the study shows that the speed limit is 35 and people are traveling at 31. Where is the outcry really? Maybe we need to do some crosswalks in to make it a little bit more reasonable people to drive slower, but they're already driving slower. They're driving slower than the speed limit it showed here on the data. So people who are alarming the police, and I believe in my gut, and after doing some research, after being through a few meetings of this and gathering my own intelligence, it's not 100 people. I have more customers than complainers. So why is the power of a few dominating my life and changing the ways customers interact with the village of Yarmouthport? Design Works doesn't have any parking. So there's 4 parking spots for them. They have nothing. Voila has some parking out back. Inaho has a few spots, but the customers like parking on the street. It's kind of cool. People like interacting with the downtown area that way. I get it. I was with Tracy Post before she left. The data on this stretch for car accidents was not mathematically consequential, according to an app she had on her phone. So I don't know. I appreciate everyone's efforts. I love where I live. We're doing a great job. We have a lot of positivity. The community really likes what we're doing. I want to protect it as best as I can. These solutions do not provide for the success of our business. Business is up at 186% at Design Works. I think Voila actually put a little path between our two businesses because we had customers going between the two. We are helping the village and do more business by being open. And the taxes are there too. We pay our taxes. So, I heard something about taxes and businesses maybe. So, we're contributing in a positive way to a lot of things, and removing this parking would be a problem.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Betty Lentel from Barfield's Lamp Shop, which is right next to the Lighthouse Keepers. And I just want to say that I am very grateful for all the work that the town is doing on this issue, because it is a huge issue. I've had numerous of my customers almost get hit trying to pull out of our parking area. And parking is an issue for all of us, and we are, all struggling with that. But worse of an issue will be when one of our customers or the residents in town start getting hit or hurt or injured or not being able to access coming through the village. We have a tremendous amount of visitors that come through the inns in the village, and those visitors aren't going to come and aren't going to walk through the village if we don't have a safe way for them to walk. And I am thrilled at Greg and Kelly having their business there and it being successful, because it will do nothing but help the entire village and all of us with our businesses. But most importantly, we need all of us and the people that are visitors and residents to be safe. And I know the town employees are working extremely hard at this. And I think the things that they're saying to address this short term will make a huge difference. Just having crosswalks and designated areas will make a, enormous impact. And I realize that in the tracking data, it shows the speeds that people go. But personally, I also feel like if any of you, like myself, are driving through an area and you see one of those speed counters that's flashing what your speed is, your immediate reaction, or mine is, look at my speedometer, and I immediately slow down, and that's just being honest, where I might go 5 or 10 miles faster through an area, but I see that and it just immediately makes me aware of my own speed. So, I agree that that's the data they're collecting, but I think there's somewhat of a human bias that goes with that. And just having that speed counter there, the times when it's there, people automatically slow down. I mean, we definitely notice it when you're trying to cross the street or you're trying to walk over to the lighthouse or one of the other businesses. But I think that the town is doing a great job with what they're trying to put in place. And I just want to advocate for the fact of what initiatives we're trying to put in place now.
Very good. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to be heard? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Laurel Galvin. I own Northside Nursery School. I had this picture on because we were walking. But I also am a homeowner, and I've been at 165 Main Street for over 25 years. I'm going to ask the police to close their eyes. Close your eyes. Anybody who's gone over the speed limit, raise your hand. Okay.
Never.
Thank you.
It
So,
never happened.
so just think about it. The speed limit is 30 miles. I would like to see it. I know you can't do this, but I would like to see it at 25. You're talking about a school zone? I'm a school. We have a school. The kids and the families pull into that driveway. The driveway is wet on the south side, no matter whether you're a homeowner or you're a business. It is hard to pull out of that driveway when there's cars parked there. I just last night walked my dog down 6A towards the banks. Now, Anaho has a great parking lot. Anaho's people are parked both on the south side and the north side. My dog wanted to go into the parking lot, so I walked my dog. There's plenty of spaces back there. People are going to park where they want to park. They want to park close. There's those, you can put all the signs up, but people are going to park where they want to park. Yeah, we can put signs up and we can put tickets. I love the banners. I love the banner ideas because I think that will put us, remind people to go a little slower. Our safety issues, yeah, they're big. They're big. But I want to say that, Greg, all of us that live on 6A, that have businesses, are trying to work with you and with the community. I appreciate all of you and the town for working with us to see the issues and work with us to find a common solution. So in that case, I want to thank you all of you. Thank you.
And you support the recommendations that have been presented to the board?
I do.
You want us to go a little bit further on the speed limit if we can?
We could.
Got it.
And Greg, your trucks can pull in my driveway.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Kelly O'Connell. Greg is my business partner at the Lighthouse Keepers Pantry. One of the things that we started this presentation off tonight was explaining how business in the village is busier than ever. The reason the village is busier than ever is because of our cafe. We appreciate that a lot of the traffic issues that are being caused are from our spot. However, your recommendation number 3 on the short-term plan to specifically eliminate parking in front of our location mitigates the fact that our business is what's driving the popularity of the village for the first time in many, many years. So if our customers can't park there, then we're going to lose our customers. If we lose our customers, we lose our business, we lose jobs for our employees. We currently employ over a dozen people, and our business isn't in an upswing. We launched the business a year ago. You may or may not be aware, but we do have a wholesale business where we sell, Greg mentioned, to over 120 stores. We're in Cape Cod and all the way to Hawaii. Our business is getting bigger. Our social media platform is growing. We have nearly 10,000 followers between all of our social media platforms. That means those 10,000 people who follow us who don't live here are coming here. If we can't have people park in our spaces in the village, their business will go away. It'll vanish. We need to be able to protect the businesses that are here, which is why we're here tonight to discuss why the village is getting so busy. But if we eliminate the needs for the business that is driving the popularity in the neighborhood, then that business goes away. So I ask that there is other ways to address the short-term issues so that we can increase safety for our neighbors, because we do appreciate that there are children in the neighborhood who walk by. We appreciate that there are people who need to be able to access the spaces and the sidewalks, but there's other ways to address accommodating the needs for the business and accommodating safety for the village, such as crosswalks and other ways, and really allowing the businesses that are flourishing to be able to have the access that they need. And we do have a parking lot out back, which is a lot more generous than the other neighbors, but most of the time that parking lot is full and our customers can't even get in there. And so, we really need to be able to accommodate those busier customers, the busier businesses, which unfortunately is us who are causing all the problems. But we really would love for more consideration on the short-term plan and a long-term plan, so that the successful businesses can maintain that success, which will continue to maintain the success of the village. For example, Designworks, their business is up 200% since we opened. That's huge. That business has been in business for over 40 years, and all of a sudden they're up 200%. And if now we eliminate customers' ability to access our space easily, that's hurtful for everybody. So I really ask that you guys can look at that short-term plan and look for ways to accommodate us. We say that you would like to say that no one's being singled out, but unfortunately we are being singled out, and we don't want to beat around the bush anymore. But ours business is a business that needs the accessible parking more than anybody. And there's other ways to accommodate safety than just saying no parking in front of our spot.
I appreciate that. You mentioned that your issue was specifically with item number 3.
Right, where it lists that we are not, that they're actively saying to specifically put no parking signs in front of our location.
Got it. Thank you. Now, just so that I understand again, help clarify this for me. Is this the area that was once a sidewalk but has now become a parking area? There was work done by the previous owners, has nothing to do with us. It was what. No, I understand. I'm just trying to understand. Again, I'm very new to this, and I'm just trying to understand the facts. At one time, the area, through no fault of your own, but from somebody else, this was a sidewalk where people walked. It was public space.
Correct.
And someone, again, prior to you, turned it into private space,
correct,
essentially.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to get that clear.
And asking that the team who has put a lot of effort into this project to take a look at the fact that we are here is because the businesses are.
No, I understand that. Your point's well taken.
But
I really do.
What I'm suggesting is there's other solutions to allow for parking in the area while allowing
talking
for
about
safety,
parking in the
saying no parking in front.
You're talking about parking in the area that was formerly a sidewalk.
Correct.
What's the other alternative?
Using side, because if you look on Route 6A,
we're all very familiar with 6A.
Sidewalks on both sides of the road in every area.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. Yes, it was at one point a sidewalk. Unfortunately, it is not designated as a sidewalk today, and it looks like inviting parking. But if you look down Route 6A on all areas of the area, it's not always a sidewalk on both sides. So I'm suggesting, can there be put in some crosswalks so that people can cross?
Okay.
Versus completely.
So you would want to keep that area still a private parking area as opposed to the sidewalk?
It's public property, but it appears to be parking.
I see.
So we do not have jurisdiction to call it private because it is not private, it is public. So we are asking that the town can take into consideration allowing more parking on the south side of the road
Okay.
so that we can continue to allow that as businesses to flourish.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go more to the public, can I see, Bob, can you, is there anybody on our Zoom call looking to be recognized?
Yes, there's a Chuck.
A Chuck? Charles, okay. Charles, are you interested in speaking to the recommendations before the board?
Yes, please. Can you hear me? It's Kathleen Larson Day, Charles's spouse.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm Kathleen Larson Day. I'm the owner of the Inn at Yarmouthport, located at 168 Route 6A. And I want to thank you for your very thoughtful presentation. You've heard so many of the neighbors' concerns about this issue, and there's some great short-term and long-term solutions. So thank you for that. I just do want to point out that there are many flourishing businesses in the village of Yarmouthport. I don't think it's fair to say that any one business contributes to the overall success of the village. And I think we need to really think of it as a collective group of businesses. There are, 9 inns in the village and many other restaurants, et cetera. So, it's a very successful place because we all make it successful. My question is about Memorial Day weekend. So we have a very busy weekend, as everybody knows, coming up. We're full, all of the other inns are full. Many of the other businesses are expecting a lot of folks. What is the plan for enforcing the no parking on the obvious no sidewalk spaces for this weekend? Thank you.
Did you say for this weekend? Is that the question?
For this weekend, and in the short term, we've got a series of very busy weekends coming up and weeks coming up. How can we make sure that safety for the community is enforced?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to direct that to the deputy chief.
We have been asking our officers when time allows to go up and check the area. And if they see violations, they're stopping and asking people to move their vehicles. And we would just continue to do that because part of the plan was to get the board's blessing to do our social media blast, 2 weeks of warnings. And then unfortunately, when education no longer works, you have to go to enforcement, which may mean issuing a parking ticket occasionally. So, but we think that once the word gets out, we're hoping to see a curbing of some of the activity that's going on now.
Okay, very good.
That's great. And just one other point on the 2 parking spots in front of the Lighthouse Keepers Pantry. We love this business. We appreciate the fact that they're here. It's a great addition to the neighborhood. But those 2 parking spots have never been parking spots, right? It's been a sidewalk forever. Yes, the previous owners did make a mistake, but it's still a sidewalk. It's always been a sidewalk. It will always be a sidewalk. And that wheelchair person that's trying to get through that sidewalk needs access. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the Zoom, on the remote that's, no other hands? Okay, that's good. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay, follow up. I'm going to allow this because I don't see anybody else raising their hands. Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up. And Greg and Kelly's business is a marvelous addition to the village and has brought more business. But these issues did not just occur after their business came in.
Okay.
These issues have been issues. I've owned the business at Barfields this will be our 7th year. And this has been an issue throughout the village. Before I was a business owner there, while I, frequented the village, and now, and our business alone has gone up, 300% in the first 4 years of our business, which was before Greg and Kelly came in. So it's not just a new problem, and it's not just based on, their increase in traffic. It's a general, the Cape itself has increased in traffic. And so I don't think, feel like we're targeting any one business. It's a general problem for our community.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anybody in the public that has something new, something different, something that we haven't heard before? All right. Thank you. Let me move on to the board, and I don't know who would like to be recognized first, but let me just go around the board to see if I think now's a good time to have, at least provide some guidance on the short-term recommendations that are before us. So Selectman Horgan, do you have any thoughts, questions, comments with respect to the short-term recommendations?
Sure. So I'm looking at the list. If we've got a relationship with DOT that they're willing to put signage up soon and to also possibly do some painting, which I thought I heard Jeff say, I think one is advisable, hatching the no parking areas and putting up signage on the north side. My understanding at this point is that no legal parking exists on 6A at all. Am I wrong in that?
No, that is correct.
So what we've got now is illegal parking.
Correct.
I appreciate what Lighthouse Keepers is talking about in terms of the 2 spots in front of them, but it's a problematic site and it existed before they got here. The spots that they're using are not only illegal from the highway point of view, but they actually usurp the sidewalk, and that's a real problem. What I'm more concerned with is making sure that they have the ability to use signage to direct people to behind their building. And I heard Laurel talk about possibility of using her driveway as a loading area, which I think is a very generous offer. And I'm thinking maybe we could consider maybe petitioning DOT for 1 or 2 of the spots in front of Inaho as loading areas, possibly to service that area. I don't know whether or not it's close enough to be able to handle all of those businesses, but at least it is a possible solution longer term. Let's see. I think myself keeping that speed thing up is a good idea. I agree with the previous speaker who said that people slow down. I slow down when I see that thing because sometimes you're not aware of how fast you're going. I would like to see yeah, I guess one of the things I'm wondering about with the painting is it possible to get DOT's permission to put in at least one more quick crosswalk in front of the school? Because when I drove through that area this afternoon, there really aren't a lot of crosswalks there. And especially to that area where it's so busy, it doesn't appear like there's a crosswalk right there. I don't know how much time DOT will take with that, but to me, that seems like a good idea, is getting more crosswalks. Is it possible to put mirrors up, some kind of mirrors to help the driveway areas to give some visibility of the traffic that's coming? I don't know if it could be put on posts or utilizing something that's already there, but helping some of these people pulling out. I agree absolutely that we should be asking for a 25-mile-an-hour zone. They may say no, we may be relegated to the 30, but it doesn't hurt to ask. I'd like to see it knocked down to 25. I'd like to see raised crosswalks. I'd like to see lights on the crosswalks and painted. Everything we can to slow this traffic down with people walking across to the businesses. And of course, there'll be no parking on the north side, so that's going to take care of some of the traffic. I think that's it for right now. I like most of the solutions, but I guess I'm disappointed that we can't do more quicker. And I realize that it's a DOT prerogative, but it just seems to me that it would be nice if we can try to partner with them and try to speed up some of this stuff so that we can provide some safety and some relief to the businesses and to the pedestrians that are walking in the area. I think that's it for right now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Selectman Stone.
Mr. Chairman, I am hearing this from the people, the stakeholders, so to speak, for the first time. I wasn't able to make the previous meeting, which I had a conflict with. But I want to just mention a couple of things. I'm very sympathetic with the businesses and the parking issues that they're having, and especially with that sidewalk. But I don't think the town can condone any permission for somebody to do something that, first of all, is within the jurisdiction of the Commonwealth, and secondly, which is illegal on its face. And I think that in the last analysis, whatever's done public safety has to be the primary consideration. It always has to be. I think the more that the village center looks like a village center will address the speed issue. I think people are a lot more hesitant to travel through centers of a community that present themselves in that way, maybe with signage, crosswalks, things like that. In terms of fixing the speed limit, that's not an easy thing to do. I remember years ago, there were complaints, and I'm pretty sure this was before I was on this board, about the speed on Long Pond Drive. And Steve Exeros was working on that and actually was sitting out on people's properties and monitoring the speeds. I think the conclusion that they came to was, be careful what you wish for, because the state might very well increase the speed limit in that area, because they have specific criteria. You're not going to just say to the state, we like 25, and they say, sure, no problem, we'll put up a sign that says 25. You have to meet, traffic control regulations and things like that. So again, I think the build out, if you will, with signage, crosswalks, et cetera, is going to have a positive impact on the speed. The loading issue is unresolved. It's a big problem. Dan had a suggestion about perhaps designating an area near Inaho for that. I've not heard of any better idea, at least for the time being. And Peter had that same concern too. I think it's something that has to be addressed. I feel bad about this whole situation because I am very sympathetic with small businesses. I want to see them do well. I want to see them thrive. But again, this solution is ultimately within the jurisdiction of DOT. And I think they'll take recommendations and suggestions from the town insofar as that, A, they're reasonable, and B, that they're consistent with their regulations. So it's not just us presenting a wish list and having them comply. I don't think it's that simple, especially on this, the speed issue. But I am here to listen and to evaluate and to learn, and I appreciate everybody coming forth and expressing their concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Selectman Smith, would you like to? You've been investing a lot of time in this, like other board members have. I'm just curious.
I'd love to see the crosswalks repainted so they show up. You didn't mention, though it did get, I believe it did get mentioned at least one of the meetings, to put up the signs in the middle of the road that say this is a crosswalk. I almost got run down in front of the post office, and some fine gentleman swore at me because why did I make him stop? Because he was about to run me over and I was in the crosswalk. I'd love to see the speed less. And I think I agree with Betty that the speed sign's flashing. I pay attention to that and slow down, because if no other reason, there may be a cop there going to give me a ticket. And I say cop with all due respect. And I also think that the banners, if everyone wants to see them, the town does have some banners up on Bridge Street, which is, the entrance to the Bass River Bridge, and I think it's helped in that particular area of town to slow folks down as well. Selectman Horgan suggested an additional crosswalk, and I think that would be a great idea as another short-term solution. And again, deliveries are tough. It's going to be interesting, but I think if we could get the crosswalks painted, make them much more visible. I think it will automatically help people slow down, and it possibly signs in the middle of the road, indicating that it is a crosswalk. That definitely slows people down because they don't want to hit that sign if nothing else. Again, thank you. Thank you for the work, and very much appreciate the small businesses, and I use the businesses and hope they continue to flourish.
Thank you. Selectman McGurn.
Okay, I'm probably going to make some bad blood out there for saying this, but I lived in Yarmouth Port for 27 years, and we always parked on the north side. I mean, we always parked on the north side of the street. In fact, the reason I think that the signs went up about no parking from 9 to 8 was because people didn't want people to be permanently parking there. But it was recognizing the businesses, and that's part of why they said 9 at night, was so that the restaurant across the street would close in time. Because let's be honest, there is not enough parking, no matter how you try, in Yarmouth Port Village. And we, well, I'm speaking for me, and I shouldn't really speak we, but I never thought that was a sidewalk on the north side. I thought the sidewalk was on the south side, and that was where we were supposed to park, and that the north side was where, I mean, that was where we were supposed to walk, and that the north side was for parking. Is it terrible to do that? I mean, that would certainly, I mean, you're losing me in the logic of why we can't have them park on the north side.
If right now it's designated as a sidewalk, and we're not allowed to, we can't give anybody the right to park on a sidewalk, and neither can DOT. So I think the only option to there would be to rip it out and widen the road and make parking on that side. But then we would be removing the sidewalk on the north side of Route 6A, which we can't do. So
You can't do, but the Department of Transportation could? I mean,
that I don't know.
yeah, when was it designated a sidewalk? Because as I say, for over 27 years, people have been parking over on that side.
I think that people have just been parking on the sidewalk for 27 years. And now that the area is busier, we're getting more complaints. So, and like when we talked to DOT, they said they have no idea how that sign went up. The no parking from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. But in the presentation, when you look at it, if somebody is parking there, they are clearly parking on the sidewalk. And that sidewalk runs all the way down past Parnassus Bookstore and then goes all the way up, 6A. So it's just an extension all the way down.
And the complaints, are they multiple source complaints, or are you finding that they're pretty much coming from one or two telephone numbers?
There are multiple source complaints. There are quite a few that come from the business across the street, but they do come from other people. And if you go back to 2018, when Happy Fish was there were quite a number of complaints that were coming from people who lived behind the business and didn't get along with the owners at that point, and they were complaining about people parking out front, which is why, if you remember back then, when they made those nice changes, they put an A-frame there so that people couldn't park, and it said parking out back, and there was a different sign on there. So that's another temporary solution we could do. I researched it for about $170. We could buy a sign that says no parking and then just put it there, and it's not a permanent sign. But, back to the presentation, and Selectman Forrest pointed it out. In 2018, there was a sidewalk there, and somebody decided to take it out. And then the new business owners came in. That doesn't take away the fact that there was a sidewalk there. It was improperly removed. The town did not approve it. Mass DOT did not approve it. And now we have a safety hazard because somebody cannot get down and go past that business without going out into Route 6A.
I hear you on the south side. I'm still talking about the north side. I mean, if there is really a sidewalk there, it's all of about that wide.
The sidewalk on the north side is very narrow. That's one of the suggestions. It was to talk about vegetation mitigation with the owners, because it is growing, it is encroaching into the sidewalk and making it narrow. And it certainly doesn't look pretty because vehicles have been parking there, and the shoulder has now been worn down and it doesn't look great, but there definitely is a defined sidewalk on the north side of Route 6A.
Well, personally, and I'm probably way out of order, I'd still like to have the conversation follow through on the north side. See if there is anything we could possibly do to to, because that would at least, I just don't see any other solution for this situation.
Could I
hear.
speak? I know I'm out of turn.
Very quick. My concern here is I'm going to have to open it up for everybody if I give you the right to speak. Is there something that you can have materially can add to this conversation that we haven't heard? Okay, then I'll grant that extension.
My name's Laurel Galvin. I own Northside Nursery School. Our kids cross 6A. We walk down to the post office on the south side of that sidewalk. There is no sidewalk that would lead us to the post office if we didn't cross the street and walk on that narrow street sidewalk all the way down to the post office. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And anybody else on the board? My reaction, I think this discussion has been incredibly helpful, and I appreciate everybody that has come here to speak, to vocalize and lay out their concerns. I do appreciate the work of the staff, and I understand that this has been a very, very difficult issue for everybody. I'm very sympathetic to the businesses. It's just a place that's space constricted. But this is not a problem that's unusual on Cape Cod. We have competition for lots of public spaces. Townways to water, for example. There are a host of areas that have been used by the public that have been encroached upon by private residents for many, many years. And the challenge of reopening or finding ways to create access in areas that are inherently public has always been controversial. It's always been difficult. But for us to get through this, we have to work as a town, as a community, and with Mass DPW or Mass Department of Transportation. And Mass Department of Transportation is not going to allow us to present to them a plan that involves allowing public property, public space, particularly sidewalks and other public space, to be appropriated or utilized for private purposes. It's just not going to happen. If we walk into a room, we will have to provide some justification for doing that, and that's rarely ever done. And I honestly think that we have to, part of our job is to protect those public spaces. I'm very sympathetic to the parking space in front of one of the businesses. But this was, if it's a sidewalk and it's a public space, it needs to be, particularly if we're doing a water main and that area is going to be reconstructed. I mean, Mass DOT is going to be looking to reconstruct the public space that's there. They're not going to be checking with individual property owners to find out if something's going to be utilized for private space. If it's public space, it is going to be reconstructed. So the sidewalks there typically are done in public construction projects. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I mean, am I missing? I'm going to reach out to Mr. Colby or Mr. Bilski, who works at DOT. Am I missing something here? Am I missing something?
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think the one thing that I understood, and maybe I'm wrong, Jeff, but am I correct in understanding that the water is going to be on the north side? So that reconstruction is going to be on the other side of the road. It's not going to be on the south side.
South side.
Yes, the water main is planned for the northern travel lane, if you will. The gas, which is also another piece we need to coordinate with, is the south side. So there will be impacts throughout that narrow right of way, whether it's the water or the gas.
Is it normal that you reconstruct sidewalks as a part of this type of process with piping? Or do you just fill in the hole that you created?
Well, the water main will be a pretty wholesale removal of a portion of pavement, typically a lane of travel. And if there's crossings for water services, those will have to be repaved. We haven't finished the design of the water main, so we don't know how much of that will occur. There's also construction methods where they could mow under features as well. So we can try to minimize disturbance, but certainly areas that are disturbed need to be reconstructed, as we've been talking about tonight.
Is the current plan for you to reinstall sidewalk on the north side after you're done with this project? Is that included in the current specs on the project?
If it's impacted by the water main project, which the design hasn't been finished, so we don't know exactly where everything will end up. It's all we have is a very preliminary design, And that does show that water main along that, northern half of the road. And there could be some changes as we go through the design process, but that's where it's currently proposed.
Is it safe to assume that the gas project, even though it's not done by our town, will have the same kind of response in terms of not only filling in the gaps where they dug, but possibly doing some sidewalk work?
Where disturbed. And again, they'll
Just
try
where
to be
disturbed.
as
Okay.
Minimal impact as possible, but if they do impact, they'll have to reconstruct. Sure.
Yeah, and they will be answering to the Mass Department of Transportation. They will be not answering to Jeff Colby, DPW Director, or Bob Rittenauer. On those projects that National Grid does on state roads, they will be listening to the state engineers, all right? I find it hard to believe a state engineer is going to say if a sidewalk is impacted, just to leave it alone. They're pretty uniform in their construction projects along the major highways, including 6A. So I think people just have to realize and we have to just deal with reality. These areas that have been designated as sidewalks, whether it's today, tomorrow, the next day, the time is coming where those public spaces are going to be required to be protected. And so people may not enjoy hearing that today, but that's the reality of it. And so we might as well start dealing with it. The sooner the better. I'm sorry? Is there something new, Mary, that you want to share with us?
If you don't mind. My name's Mary Vilbon. I'm the Executive Director of the Yarmouth Chamber of Commerce. I actually had a specific question for Mr. Colby. In regards to the short-term solutions, if it's determined that we are moving forward with those, I'm just curious, when you make a request like this to MassDOT, how quick of a response do you typically get? Because I'm thinking about us getting into peak season, and would we see a response a month from now, 2 weeks from now? What would that look like? And I too would like to thank the staff for doing an incredible job and really listening to the business and residents in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Colby?
Yes, it's difficult to speak for the state agency and how quickly they can act. I do know, as I think I alluded to before, that with the no parking signs, they're prepared to act pretty quickly.
Right.
Some of the other things that we have not fully reviewed with them may take some time. I think crosswalks is probably a good example. They like to do studies with regards to site distance and then, get a contractor lined up to do the work. That might take a little bit longer. Unfortunately, Memorial Day is right on top of us. So some of these things may not happen as quickly as we'd like, but once we get direction, we certainly can approach DOT and encourage them to act as quickly as possible.
Even if they don't create a new one, maybe they could at least paint the ones that are there now.
Yes, I think that's something they can respond to relatively quickly.
All right, good. All right. Is there anything else? I mean, our department heads, our staff are looking for direction from the board. They've laid out for us short-term recommendations. I think we owe them some action tonight on this particular item, or at least some initial guidance. Does anybody want to make a motion on the short-term solutions, and then after that, we'll take up the long-term solutions?
Selectman Forrest, there's a number of items in short-term solutions. Should they be taken one at a time?
I'm happy to do that, or I'm happy to take them en bloc. We have items 1 through 16. If you want to recommend items 1 through 16, go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the only issue I have is with number 2. The other items on the short-term solutions, I'd be willing to accept.
Okay. This is time to make the motions.
It may be quicker to just do them individually.
Okay. Would you, again, I'm just trying to facilitate this. If you want to make a motion on number 1 and go through the list real quick.
I'll move 1.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously.
Move 2.
Second, Mr. Smith, do you want to keep seconding these?
I'll second that one as well.
Okay. Any discussion?
The only thing I'd say, I'm not adverse to what Dorcas is suggesting. I think it's a long-term solution in terms of talking to DOT and see if they're welcoming of possibly doing something with a sidewalk on the north side and creating some parking over there, but I don't think it's a short-term solution. And I
Okay,
think
but
we-
you're moving that we adopt it. That's
Yes.
the motion, and there's a second. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries. Did you vote yes, Mr. Smith?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'd move number 3.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
And simply with apologies, because I realize the impact this has, but
We have the layoffs, we'll let you know. We have to cut our staff back. We can't have those customers coming in. We'll just direct them to
Okay,
the layoffs.
thank you, sir. So we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Number 4. Mr. Horgan?
can we allow, this seems to me to be against the law if we're allowing spots that aren't allowed.
Excuse me, are you raising the question about number 4?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can do that.
As Jeff Colby had suggested earlier, we could work with DOT, and if we ask them to put in parking and no parking signs, they will do that. Just if we ask for designated parking spaces, they will become, there has to be a time limit attached to it. But
all right.
DOT will designate areas for parking if we ask them to.
Thank you,
I'll
Deputy
move
Chief.
number 4.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Number 5. Mr. Horgan?
Sure, I'll move 5.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Number 6.
6, I move.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Number 7.
Move 7.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Move
Carries unanimously. Keep going.
8. Move 8.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of 8 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Number 9.
Move 9.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Move 10.
Carries unanimously. Number 10.
Move 10.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Carries unanimously. Number 11.
Move 11.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Carries unanimously. Number 12.
Move 12.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Number 13.
Move 13.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Number 14.
Move 14.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Carries unanimously. Number 15.
Move 15.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Carries unanimously. Number 16.
Finally move 16.
Okay.
It's second, and the conversation would be to lower it to 25, if possible.
If possible, the request 25. Okay. Any,
Is that part of 16?
that's a part of 16. I think,
I
think they
I
should be
just, I
separate.
added that to 16. It is not part of 16 as written.
he added it to 16.
Okay.
Are you, is that, did you second that?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed only to the extent that of the addition.
Okay. So, but the motion as amended,
Agree on the trim vegetation on the north side of Route 6A, but I think reducing the speed limit is a long-term solution, not a short-term one,
okay.
or a very long-term solution.
Okay, but the motion carries as amended. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the long-term solutions, and let's see if we can move this portion of it along. Can you quickly just run through these?
Yes, long-term solutions is to re-engage the design consultant to develop the concept plans for the streetscape improvements in the village center as part of the water main project. Number 2 is engage the Mass DOT and the community in evaluating the design enhancements for safety. 3 is to conduct hearings in front of the Board of Selectmen to select a streetscape design. 4 is There's a lot of discussion on this, and there's also a lot of questions, but it's evaluate the possibility, feasibility, and cost of the town takeover of Route 6A in the Yarmouth Port Village. There's a lot of questions on that. We do recognize it would give the town additional flexibility. So we want to fully evaluate and have that discussion.
Okay, very good. Before I go to the public, let me just ask any board members, do you, anything need to be clarified here or?
Yeah, what does, this is going to come up, I'm sure. What does evaluate the possibility mean in terms of cost, time frame, consultants, et cetera? That may be a premature question, but I think it's germane to the number 4.
And the evaluate the possibility, feasibility, and cost is to determine what is involved. I mean, is this going to be, an extra, several $1 million for taxpayers? Is it a process the state is willing to do? Take a look at it from the design engineering standpoint and come forward with some coherent sort of recommendations and a decision on it. And it was an item that came up originally at the March 30 session. There were some people who were saying, well, you're never going to solve this problem until the town takes over that roadway.
Right.
And so we're saying that, well, we're willing to investigate it, but we don't have enough information to say that that's going to be the panacea.
Right. What I think this option also does, tell me if I'm wrong, but it allows us to be a little bit more flexible in terms of how that stretch of road is designed. It may offer more alternatives that actually might provide more relief to businesses. If we control it, then we may not be stuck with rigid state standards that require us to protect all sorts of public spaces. We may have more flexibility.
What
in terms of
happens
the
when you
design.
have water mains and gas lines going through there? You willing to pick up that cost?
No, I think that the utilities are still going to have to take care of whatever improvements they make. They're theirs. It would be they would be having easements on property that is now controlled by the town. So National Grid, other utilities, they would have to come. We would be the ones setting the design standard for whatever work that they're doing. We would be the ones guiding them in terms of what their requirements are. So they would have to deal with us rather than go to Mass DOT. So this is just, I mean, I don't think we're doing a full-blown feasibility study because we don't really have the money for it, but we can at least make some initial estimates of what this particular measure might entail. Sometimes, someone can have a great idea and at first blush, it looks like a great idea, but then when you start adding up all the things that we'll have to do to comply with it, it could be far more complicated than people might initially think. So from my point of view, I think there's a real value in at least going down that road. And at least having some initially some conceptual preliminary understanding of what we're getting ourselves into. And that can be done, particularly if we're using VHB to help us with design consulting. They're very familiar with this type of thing. The town of Barnstable's already gone through it on the north side. So I don't think it's going to be difficult to at least get some general ideas of what we're walking into. So I think it's a reasonable thing to do.
And
Selectman Horgan?
if I might, Mr. Chairman, do I understand correctly that we're going to try to set a time frame that we can try to get this process concluded by the time we do the water pipe?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
It's all geared towards
Yeah.
being in line with that water. So we figure we have 1 year to wrap this.
Right. That's why we're quite frankly under pressure and we need to provide guidance to everybody, police, DPW, planning, you name it. So that's why there's a sense of urgency right now.
Do you need a motion on this?
Does the public have any comments at all on the longer term solution? Are there any public commentary? Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I'm happy to entertain a motion if there is one.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move items 1 through 4 and long-term solutions.
Okay.
Second on 1 through 4.
Okay, that's great. Is there any discussion? Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I'm going to vote no, Mr. Chairman, only because I agree with 1, 2, and 4, but not 3.
Not 3.
I don't see any advantage to the town taking over any responsibility, cost, et cetera, of any portion of.
You mean number 4?
Number 4?
Four,
You
is
mean
it
number
4?
4, yeah.
Mine's
No,
reversed.
it's
Mine's
3.
reversed too.
Longer term solution. 3 is evaluate the possibility, feasibility and cost of the town takeover.
No, I have a different one.
You have a
Mine's different.
one than I
Yeah,
do?
yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you know what you're doing is you're looking at, you have to look at the memo that's dated May 24. The
May
original
24.
one was the memo dated April 22. And so what we did is update the recommendations based on the additional.
All right, so it's number 4. So is that the one that talks about taking over a
Yeah.
portion of 6A?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't know because of that 4,
Okay,
but I do agree with the other 3.
okay. So, but the motion is all 4 and you're voting no.
Correct, only because they're packaged.
Got it.
If they were individual, I'd vote for 1, 2, and 3.
All right, well, let's do this. Do it. Is the person who made the proposal fine going down each one? Okay. Can you make a motion?
Move item 1.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Carries unanimously. Number 2.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, carries unanimously. Number 3.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Carries unanimously. Number 4.
Item 4.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 No.
Okay, very good. 4-1. Okay, that concludes our business on Yarmouthport Village traffic and parking recommendations. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you, everybody, for participating, and thank you for folks watching and participating from home. Okay, the next item on the agenda for the board is Water Department update. This is a presentation on proposed water conservation measures.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. Lori Rosalo, the Water and Wastewater Superintendent, is here with me as well. And just to give a little background information, back on April 12th, we gave a PFAS update. As the board is well aware, we have 3 wells that are impacted and offline because of that. So that discussion led to an interest in pursuing some conservation measures, which were laid out in the report as one of our best options given the time frame that we're dealing with. And so that's what we're here tonight to talk about, the conservation plan. Our water consultant was engaged to help us develop this. This is a pretty lengthy document. It is in draft form and it was in your packet tonight. Included with that plan was also some supplemental documents with regards to our water withdrawal permit and some other information that I think is helpful to this discussion. That plan does still need some work. It's just in draft form, but it's enough for us to have a discussion about a policy tonight. And what Lori just handed out to you was a draft of the policy, which is really a pullout from the plan of the important pieces of information for the public to be aware of. And certainly it simplifies that versus having a full, large document. That large document is be there to support the policy, but the policy is a little bit more understandable, if you will. So we're.
Are we going to go through the handout?
We're going to go through the
Okay, good.
presentation. I'm going to turn that over to Lori here in a moment. Just wanted to have a brief overview of what we're going to talk about, just the background and need. I covered a lot of the background that kind of led up to tonight's meeting.
Yes.
There is a Water Management Act permit that we're going to discuss, or Lori's going to talk about. Massachusetts Water Conservation Standards. So there are state standards in this regard that many communities have already adopted. And then Yarmouth's proposed water conservation plan. And with that said, I'll turn that over to Lori to kind of walk us through a lot of the details and engineering piece associated with this plan.
Great.
All right, so we did talk about some of this stuff on the last meeting, but just to update everyone.
Let me just say something right at the outset. We can never talk about this too much, so don't worry, don't hesitate. This is incredibly important discussion. It's an incredibly important topic. I think it's helpful to go through it. If it might sound repetitive to you, don't worry about us. I think it's important that the public hear this several times. So by all means.
So that's where we're going to start, just how we got where we are right now. So Yarmouth has 24 drinking water wells, but 4 of them are currently offline indefinitely. Well number 9 has been off since 2013 due to PCE contamination, and then we recently had to turn off 4, 5, and 10 due to PFAS levels there. And the chart at the bottom of the slide there gives you just a summary of our water supply capacity. If we had all our wells working and could pump them whatever level we wanted, we could get over 14 million gallons a day. We are limited to that 12.3 by our Water Management Act permit. And then without well 9, we're down to about 11 and a half.
And I think that's an important place to stop, just for the moment, for the board's edification. Even though we have a water system that's capable of generating 14 million plus gallons per day, we're regulated by DEP. DEP is only going to allow us to pump so much of that. So that's what the 12.33 number is. That's what DEP will allow us to pull from our wells. And because of the contamination issues and pulling those offline, we're now looking at roughly 9.35. So now, and what Laurie's going to go through is a discussion on how you get back to 14, or and the reality is what we learned, I think, in our last meeting, which got us very concerned, is that there's no easy fix. Some of these things are going to take time, which is the reason why we're talking about conservation. So I apologize for interrupting, but I think these are all very, very important slides.
No problem. So this is the 10.21. That's with the 4 wells off, the 3 PFAS and then well 9. And then the 9.35 is wells 18 and 19 had higher levels of PFAS. They've since dropped off. So they're not actually a concern at this moment, but just in case the next test comes out higher. And it's just giving us kind of a benchmark number to go by for looking at conservation measures. If you take a look at this chart, this is our water supply capacity versus our maximum day demand. So the day that we pump the most water in the year, generally it's around 4th of July is our highest pumped day. So if you go back to 2011, 2012, we were up at that over 12 level. We lost well 9, bringing us down below 12. And then at the end there, last year, we lost 4, 5, and 10. The important thing to look at here is if we had lost 4, 5, and 10 in 2020, we wouldn't have had enough water to meet our maximum day. So that's where our concern is right now. It's not for a day like today. It's for the summer peak demands when everybody's in Yarmouth and enjoying the nice warm weather here, but also using a lot of water. And then the other thing just consider is that this is with all our wells running. Their wells can go down for other reasons than contamination. There can be mechanical problems, electrical problems. There's various reasons that a well could be lost temporarily. So we want to just make sure we have that cushion in case something happens, and we have high demands at the same time. So what we looked at in the last meeting, we discussed some of the alternatives. We could add PFAS treatment at wellness number 4 and 5. We looked at our interconnections to Hyannis or Dennis, or reauthorization of well number 9. Recent testing at well number 9 at some monitoring wells showed that the PCE plume may have moved past well 9, and we may be able to use it again. But we don't have that data yet. So we have got the well up and running again. We took samples, we don't have the results yet. So that's a potential solution. But those 3 solutions will all take time and probably money to get those done. The more immediate, no upfront cost solution is conserving water. So that's our last alternative, which is the instituting water conservation measures. The one thing we want to consider when we're thinking about potential conservation measures is our Water Management Act permit. And this is the permit issued by the state that tells us how much water we can withdraw from all of our wells. So this permit, there's some history of the permit there, but the main point is that our permit is actually from 2007 and has just been renewed over and over. We haven't had a new permit recently. And then we were selling water to Hyannis, so they kind of gave us a pass for a while, but the point is that we are due for renewal. So the new regulations that they are instituting on new permits will apply to us sometime in the near future. Not sure exactly when, but that's definitely in our future. So I'm going to talk about what some of those requirements are in the next few slides. But another thing just to note is that the Water Management Act permit will require some revisions to our bylaw regarding water conservation. And so we're thinking we may want to get that updated at fall town meeting. So that's just something to keep on our agenda. So moving on to the next slide, some of the requirements of the Water Management Act permit, and these are also part of the water conservation Massachusetts Water Conservation Standards, are outlined here. We need to strive to achieve unaccounted for water of less than 10%. So unaccounted for water is water that we produce but don't sell. And we don't know where it goes out sometimes. Some unaccounted for water may be through leaks. It could be through meters not being calibrated properly. So we have to look to do leak detection of the entire system.
Have we done that?
We have done some leak detection, but we haven't done system-wide leak detection.
Do we know how much we have for leakage?
I don't have a
We
number.
don't know.
No.
Ooh, okay.
When we do find a leak, when they do come to the surface, we fix them right away.
Yeah.
But as far as what's under the surface at the moment, we
Got
don't
it.
have a good indication.
So the state's going to insist that we do that.
Yeah, they require full system
Doesn't
leak detection
surprise
every
me.
3 years. And then annual water audits, which is kind of more of a on paper kind of analysis of your water use, and then master meter calibrations, which are the meters at the wells. So making sure that those are calibrated properly so that the amount of water that you're producing is accurate. So those are all things we're working on in-house, as well as one of the other requirements is to meter all of your services. It sounds kind of basic, but a lot of towns never in the past would have meter like this building or meter schools. But here in Yarmouth, we do meter them all. So we can check that one off already. The next one is to install water saving devices in all town buildings. That's something I need to check up on. I know we do have some in some bathrooms in this building, but I don't know that it's throughout. And then some outreach to large water users to try and look at their processes and if there's anything they can do to improve. So those are the things that we can do in-house in the water department to save water long-term or short-term. But the real big thing that we're here to talk about tonight is the seasonal limits on non-essential water use. So that's what we're going into next. So these limits shown on this slide are the limits that have been required on other Water Management Act permits that have been issued in the last few years. And some of those towns that have had those limits instituted are on the Cape are Orleans, Sandwich, Eastham, Buzzards Bay, and Barnstable Fire District. So it's likely that when our permit is renewed, we will get these same restrictions. So basically from May 1st to September 30th, you have to follow the Massachusetts Drought Management Task Force. They declare droughts. So if they declare drought on Cape Cod, then you have to start doing water restrictions, or we'll be given a certain monitoring well on the Cape. And if that monitoring well falls below certain thresholds, then we have to institute restrictions. And all of the restrictions are 2 days per week of irrigating and only outside the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So they want you to water early or late, not in the middle of the day. So that's that. And I just wanted to give a quick update on, this is the current status of the Drought Management Task Force. As you can see, the Southeast region and the islands are in what's considered a mild drought right now. So those towns that are in those regions, if they have a new permit, they would be required right now to do that 2 day per week watering.
And that would be regardless of the capacity, regardless of it. That would be just, they'd have to do it.
Right. Yep.
So we're going to find ourselves in a situation where, as we come into compliance with the new permit requirements and everything else, we will be subject to those conditions as well. That's what you're saying. Okay.
Yep. So if the state declares a mild drought on Cape Cod, we would have to follow that 2 day per week watering. And so this is where we're at in May. And from here, it's only likely to become more dry weather. It seems like it might have rained here and there, but it's not enough to really, refill our aquifer. And month after month, we're seeing dry below normal levels of rainfall around this area. So it's not looking good for this summer in general, but hopefully maybe it'll rain. It's hopefully not on Memorial Day, 4th of July and Labor Day like it did last year.
Lori, quick question. We had a public comment earlier this evening about this person says that we're very close because he apparently is part of monitoring rainwater. Who is the determinant for if we've received enough rainwater or not? Is it the state?
Yeah, the drought
It's
management
Mother
task
Nature.
That's it.
Well, outside of Mother Nature.
She requires, what is it, 16 inches of rain to sort of replenish the aquifer? Isn't that there's a number somewhere in there?
It's probably a little more than that, but it's something
it's
in
in
that
that
range.
neighborhood,
And like Lori said, the last 3 or 4 months, we've been in a deficit.
Correct.
And that continues.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No problem. So that's kind of where our status. And that's all just the drought related. So that's what the groundwater, that's making decisions based on groundwater levels. Whereas we also need to look at more than just that. We need to look at our supply capacity versus our demand. So that's where this chart comes in for triggers. So this is not a state chart. This is a Yarmouth specific chart that we came up with Kleinfelder based on some of the numbers that we talked about earlier in terms of well capacities and also versus the demand. So right now we do have 4 wells offline, but the demand is low. So we could be in normal levels on this chart. But if we had the 4 wells offline and we hit 8 MGD or 8 million gallons per day being pumped on average through a week, that's when I start to get really nervous because our capacity is getting closer and closer to our available water supply. Our window is getting smaller. So that would be where we would like to see conservation measures put into place, or certain conservation measures, which I'll show you on the next table. And then as we continue on with less capacity and greater demands, we would get pushed to a significant critical or emergency level based on these different criteria. And then that number in bold under mild, the 60 days below the 25th percentile, that is the trigger. That's the state trigger that will likely be imposed on us in our Water Management Act permit that would require the 2-day per week watering. So basically we took all these different factors that might influence us in the future and try to put them all in one place and make one consistent set of guidelines going forward. So hopefully that makes sense. So this chart shows us what those levels would mean to our customers. So on a normal, everything's okay. We would have a voluntary odd even watering for irrigation systems, but we would ask that people water before 9 a.m., after 5 p.m., and then other lawn watering, pool filling, washing boats, power washing, you could go for it. We're not too concerned about that stuff. As we move into that mild level 1, that's when we would hit the 2 days per week as required by the our future potential permit. And then we would cut back on some of the other items, asking people not to fill pools, but you can top it off. You can wash your car as long as you have a pistol grip handle on it, so it turns off when you're not using it and it's not just running to the ground, and making some of those more minor changes to save water. And then as you continue on, if it gets worse, then it's a 1 day per week watering conservation, and then even further just prohibits all outdoor water use pretty much. So that's our proposed levels of how to go forward with the different conservation measures. And the thing to really keep in mind here is that the main goal of our water department is to continue to provide, safe, reliable drinking water for drinking, bathing, essential usage, not to keep everyone's lawn green per se. We would love to be able to do that too, but if we're in a pinch, this is where we need to make those restrictions.
That's great. Anything else you want to add, Jeff?
Well, with that said, I do kind of want to summarize the next steps, just to be clear. So what we're asking for as water commissioners, the board to put on your water commissioner hat, is a pilot of those conservation measures that Lori outlined. And that means we would roughly follow those. We still need to tweak those a little bit. This is what our best estimates of the needs of the system would be, and we've also have a professional engineering water consultant that's helped us develop these as part of that plan that I mentioned before and is in draft version in your packet. But there is bound to be some tweaking, whether it's the different gallon triggers, or maybe there's some ability to if there's less stress on the system, we can, make some improvements. But this is probably a pretty good, solid framework to start with. And so that's what we'd be looking for. Also, certainly your support to continue customer outreach efforts. Lori has recently begun a Water Wednesday social media blast. And if you are supportive of these measures, that would put us in the level 0 or normal. But one of those elements is a odd, even watering being proposed, and through certain timeframes, such as before 9 and after 5. And that'd be a great social media blast to get out to people if that is something that you would support. And then, of course, as Lori mentioned before, we do need to revise our bylaw. Currently, we do have a water emergency bylaw, but from that chart on the previous slide, that really is only a trigger if we're in emergency, a level 4 that was approved back in 1991. And in the last 31 years, things have changed. There's much more of a approach on managing these water systems to looking at a drought management approach with different levels, not a all or nothing approach, which is what that emergency would be. So we do have a bylaw in place, but it needs to be updated to the current requirements, the current thinking on water management. So that's just a summary of the next steps, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do is discuss a little bit, before we get into the substance of it, process. All right. And, and I wanted to sort of put this out there for the board to consider, that we, regardless of the substance and how things lay out, but I think it would be helpful, and this is what I'd like to get feedback from the board on. I think there might be some value in making sure that the first step would be to publish a draft and to do some public education and then invite some public comment. So we as selectmen, as water commissioners, can have the opportunity to continue to promote some robust discussion with residents of the community, get that feedback in, and then from there, the board would have another meeting. It's sort of like I like the idea of having separate readings and separate opportunities for the public to have bites at the apple. And I think this is something that's deserving. I think we should put a little pressure on ourselves to really do some outreach and education and get a draft proposal in front of people. I know that might be difficult because we don't have a press that is reporting everything that we're doing. So we're going to have to really work at that and find ways to get the word out. And I think we need to think through exactly what that is. But I'd like to get at least a draft of something in front of the people, have a public comment period, maybe even have a public hearing. All right. And then the board has the opportunity to deliberate. It may want one meeting, it may want 2 meetings, it may have some issues that have been raised that need to be explored further. But so those are my thoughts, and I'd like to get some feedback and some discussion from the board to see how they feel, at least in terms of process. Is that, I'm just going to put that out there. Anybody have any thoughts? Mike, do you have any?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. And I'm totally in accord with that. In addition, I think if people are going to be asked to voluntarily partake in conservation measures, it's going to be good for them to feel that they were part and parcel of those measures. And I think compliance is going to be higher in that event, rather than just out of nowhere, somebody says, you can't do this, you can't do that. And people say, well, when did that happen? Who says so?
Right.
And there's a lot of resistance at that level. I always think to invite people who are going to be affected into the process is always a good thing.
Selectman Horgan, any thoughts? Thanks. Thank you, Mike.
I don't have any strong issues with the suggestion. The concern is the timing, and we are running out of time. We're almost at Memorial Day, and so as long as we take into effect that it's a quickened process and move quickly in terms of trying to get the information out to people, I can support that. I agree with the comments of Mr. Stone.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I'm going to go to Selectman Smith and I'll come back to you. Selectman McGurran.
I think, any of the outreach should also discuss, heavy water users, like some commercial properties, what restrictions they would have. And if push comes to shove, enforcement.
That should be part of in the public discussion.
Right, absolutely,
Good.
absolutely. And enforcement's probably not going to come until you get to a level 3 or a level 4. But there are some people in the past. When I lived in California, there was a woman that ran her hose 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and eroded an entire hillside. And they had to turn her water off. And then she sued the city of Richmond and won. But they put water restrictors on so she could barely get water to fill because she was a little nuts.
Okay.
No,
There you go.
I'm quite serious. You
I hear you.
can look it up.
I hear you. So,
I strongly support the idea of the communication and getting it out to the public. I think if you get them on our side, it's going to make it a whole lot easier when we go forward. And they may bring up something that we haven't even thought of.
exactly. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. So it sounds like we have some consensus in terms of the process, the steps involved. Now let's zero in on the substance of it. Does anybody on the board have a concern about some of the measures that are being adopted? They don't appear to be overly severe. They seem to be relatively light. It's sort of a graduation of effort. I'll start on this side. Selectman Smith, any thoughts about the measures themselves?
No, I have no problem with the levels, and I think the levels make a great deal of sense. And water is a finite resource, and if it's not there, it's not there.
Can I quote you on that?
You may.
Thank you. Selectman McGurran, what do you think about the
I
measures?
think that what's been recommended is very good. I'm all for it.
Yeah. Selectman Stone?
I'm in general agreement with it.
Yeah. Selectman Horgan?
Again, I support it. I'd like to see this information posted around town as much as we can.
Yeah, I do think in the education side of things, as we're getting word out, I think having available as much stuff, whether it's in a link or on a website or someplace that's easy to access, I think is incredibly helpful. Because I think one of the things that we're trying to do is trigger interest in water and for people to understand the predicament that we're in. Because most folks are going to be thinking about the situation that we're confronted with as primarily drought related, but it's not. Drought is just one factor. I don't think people realize that we have 24 wells and there are a number of them that are just not in use for a variety of reasons. And getting that water back into the system is not going to happen overnight. So to the extent that they can read further into that, because what's going to happen is we're going to invite a larger public discussion, we hope, and then there'll be some people that will be interested in drilling down into the details of this, but not everybody will. So I think our education efforts should be largely focused on the public at large, but those whose interest gets piqued, we should basically have available for them the kind of information that's necessary that you have in this very well thought out, very well done conservation plan and framework. And actually the slides too. The slides are very well done. So I would recommend that. So how about we, is the board comfortable making a motion and providing direction for the Department of Public Works and the Water Division, we call it a division, to move forward with the next phase towards implementing a water conservation plan for the town of Yarmouth?
Yes, including some recommended language for your bylaw update.
Okay. So is that a motion?
That's a motion, yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any more discussion?
Just a quick question. What exactly constitutes the next phase? What are we talking about?
The next phase, I believe, is drafting up a draft water conservation plan, including these components,
Okay.
and making it available and preparing it so that there's a public release and public comment period. That, I believe, is the next step. Are we on the same page?
That sounds like great guidance. Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
are we okay with that, board members? So that's the next step. So let's move in that direction. Okay, I've got a motion, I've got a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Well done. Lori, thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you.
Very well done, very professional, very thorough. It's outstanding work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda this evening is the Riverwalk Park update. And we have members of our drive-in site utilization committee who've been waiting patiently, so in some cases for hours, and Kathy Williams. And I think for the folks that are home watching our meeting tonight, when we get the slides up on the screen, I think they'll really be very pleased and thrilled with some of the work that's been going on by Kathy and the committee. So the floor is yours.
Good evening, Board of Selectmen. Selectman Dorcas McGurn, welcome to the board.
Thank you,
I'm
Jim.
not sure what you were thinking, but
Neither do I.
I wish you the best of luck. We will try to be the ones to get out of here on time in our 15-minute allotted time frame. My hair was very short when I got here this evening. Don't get in a bet with your grandchildren as to whether you can grow your hair or not. This is what happens. The Drive-In Site Utilization Committee welcomes the opportunity to provide a briefing to the Board of Selectmen on the status of what we're calling the Riverwalk Park, the Boardwalk, and the Event Space Project located south of 669 Route 28, otherwise known as the Drive-In Site. In the interest of moving along quickly, I am going to turn everything over to Kathy. But before I do, I want to take a quick moment. I was hoping Carl would still be here, but to thank Carl and Kelly Grant, both who have left, leaving and have left the town, who have given us a great amount of information to help us work towards issues like conservation and kayak ramps and those types of things that Kathy is about to talk about. But without their help, we'd probably still be much further behind than we are today. So thank them for their contribution.
Thank you.
Kathy?
I'm Kathy Williams, Town Planner. I just want to make note that we do have Eric Golly from Beta Group, who's our consultant.
Oh, great.
Remote, if we have any questions for him.
Excellent.
So I think we've really been working with Beta since last July to kind of solidify and fine tune.
You could feel free to acknowledge the two members of
I'm
your
sorry.
committee that are hiding in the back.
We have Rich Bilski and
Yes.
David Reed.
Yeah, I saw Rich hide when I called him out earlier in the meeting.
I don't think we have anyone remote, just to be sure. But we've really been fine tuning the design from the original concept study for the Riverwalk Park, the Boardwalk, and the event space. We had to take into consideration, a bunch of different wetland resources and regulations and requirements. We had some new information from different borings and wetland delineations that we've done. We took the input we received from the public and tried to incorporate that into the design, as well as meeting with a variety of town staff, as Jim mentioned, from natural resources, conservation, but we also met with DPW, the parks, police, and fire to get some input on the project. And we still need to do some additional stakeholder input from people like the Recreation Commission, and also continue with the Community and Economic Development Committee, who's been helping us with the event space and also discussing and having conversations with specific event sponsors on what we're proposing. I'm going to just give a brief overview of the layout of the Riverwalk Park. It really hasn't changed significantly, but if you're coming in along the entrance here, we do need to continue to make room for that pump station, municipal pump station. It's getting a little tight in there with the access road for the park, but we've been working with the DPW and CDM in order to see if we can make sure that we can accommodate both uses there. Coming in at the entrance here, we do have a crosswalk. Mass DOT, through their resurfacing project, has provided rapid flashing beacons at all the crosswalks. So we're going to be coordinating with them on this particular location here. We have our main entrance coming in here with a vegetated island to separate the entrance coming in, but we also have two exits going out. One would allow for a left-hand turn and one that would allow for a right-hand turn.
Kathy,
Yeah.
the folks at home can't see the flash. So if you could, delineate it as like where number 2 starts and stuff.
Yeah, sorry, I can't even do it with this. So number 2 is at the entrance there, what I was talking about with the vegetated island and the entrance in and the 2 exits out. We do have number 3, which is a bike path, which is coming into the facility and kind of wrapping all the way around. Item 10, which is the event space area. We do have a 3rd lane that we're proposing there with the slightly green vegetation on the east side of the access road. And that's going to be a grassed reinforced turf area. And that's going to be to allow for a 3rd lane for larger events, which I'll discuss in a little bit more detail when we get to that particular point. With regard to items 4 along the Riverwalk Park, we have a bunch of different Parker's River, We have a lot of pathways along there. We even have a smaller pathway closer to the river that's been laid out in order to try and improve actual sight of the river itself, looking downriver. We also have some woodland pathways that are on the left here that are going towards the boardwalk, which we'll also discuss in more detail. We have about 88 permanent parking spaces using porous pavement, which would have also have decorative lighting and a turnaround at the end. Closer at number 6, we have where we're proposing an artist shanties village. And then as we're moving around to number 7, we're going to discuss some of these items in more detail throughout the presentation, but number 7 is where we would have our restrooms. And item number, I didn't have it in this order. Item number 8 is, the natural playscape area, which is like in a little room that's been created between the pathways and the parking lot. 9 is where the kayak launch is. We're going to have a little area where we can have kayak storage as well as a little kiosk for a potential vendor. And number 10 is the large event space, which we'll look at in more detail. So the first thing we're going to take a look at is the restrooms.
Kathy, could you go back one and point out the asterisks as well?
Oh, the asterisks, yes. We're going to have additional educational signage. One of them would be like overlooking, I feel like I'm going to just point to it, even if the only people in the audience here can see it. The upweller here, so there's going to be some signage here to kind of explain the upweller. There's also going to be some signage here near the kayak launch, which would have some rules of the road, so to speak, with regard to kayak. We're also looking at having some type of signage up here. This might be more of a map to kind of identify other places in the town of Yarmouth you might want to go to where the beach is.
I think the public is having trouble following what we're doing. What might be helpful if we can recruit Bill, where you put that red pointer, Bill, would you mind periodically just getting up there and pointing to the spot that Kathy is highlighting?
You mean the Vanna White routine?
Yeah, exactly. Do the Vanna White routine. No. I hate after a meeting getting complaints from people saying, it was an interesting meeting, but I had no idea what Kathy was talking about. So
Just point out the asterisks.
just point out, yeah. So when Kathy, so what's that over there?
I was going to say, I don't think at home that they can see that because they're doing it immediately from the projector.
Yeah.
They can see it.
They can see
him now, yes. So the different interpretive signage would be here to identify the upweller, which is located here.
Right.
Another signage would be over here near the kayak launch, which would kind of have the rules for the kayak.
That's the kayak launch right over there. Very
And
good.
then here where the restroom area is, number 7, we would also have some additional signage.
Thank you.
And it would probably be something that would
Thank you.
orient people around town.
Thanks for indulging me.
Outstanding.
So this is the restroom area, and it really we're trying to balance different building code requirements with building it within a floodplain while still making the building readily handicap accessible and blending it into the park. So what you see here is we're proposing to increase the grade elevation up to 11 and then dry flood-proof the building up to elevation 14. So we'll be doing things with floodgates and building materials in order to make that dry flood-proof. This just simply allows for a more handicap accessible structure that's not going to be sticking up several 8-9 feet up into the air. There's different access ways to the restrooms. There's a couple stairs, but there's also a winding pathway, which would be the handicap accessible route to get up to the restrooms. Taking a look at the floor plan, we have a little office area identified, but that might be a little bit more of a flex space. If this turns into, an event center, we might want to be sure that we have some office space or some presence there during events. We have a mechanical room and storage, and then you have the men's room on the left and then the women's room on the right. So what is it going to kind of look like? We tried to keep it simple, but tried to incorporate some Cape Cod style architecture in this pre-engineered building. So we kind of matched the hip roof and the cupola, which is reminiscent of Packett's Landing, which is so popular. We did be sure that we are incorporating a drinking fountain as well as a bottle fill station within the restrooms on the outside. The north elevation is the elevation that would be facing Route 28. And we tried to make that a little bit more prominent and interesting because that's the first elevation that you'll see. The east elevation on the right is what's facing the river, and that's really showing you the office space. And then the south elevation is facing the event space, and that's the covering over the men's room on the right. And then the door on the left is to the mechanical room. So we didn't want to make that as prominent. So we didn't have a covering over that. In the center here with the natural play area, this is something that came from the original concept and feasibility study. And again, this is something that we need to coordinate more with Recreation Commission and Parks. We really tried to take a look at using the different grades that were available on the area in order to create different spaces and different play elements. The tan area in the center with the sticks is really timber balance beams for kids that would be on a wood fiber mulch, so it'd be safer for kids to be playing on. On the left, we have in the blue, we have a proposed play tunnel, so we've got some gradings there so kids can enter the play area through the tunnel. Might be a little bit more interesting for them. We also in the upper left have a proposed track slide where kids can kind of hang and kind of slide down. And on the right in the yellow, we have a slide that's matching the grades. What's nice about this is there's a whole handicap accessible route so kids can go up and slide down and still have a nice, safe, accessible route for them. There's different area locations for picnic tables, so parents can be watching their kids while they're playing in the playscape area. This is just kind of giving some preliminary ideas of what some of the playscape structures might look like. We're still kind of working on a little bit more details on that. So moving on to the kayak launch, you see in there in the upper left is the cul-de-sac turnaround. We tried to pick this particular location because it had a very narrow strip of salt marsh, so we would be impacting as little salt marsh as possible with the boardwalk going over it. And we also have a bulb out in the river itself, so it would allow people to be launched, kind of orient themselves, check out what's going on before they move into the river themselves. So you can see in the section down at the bottom, we are going to have that section of boardwalk that goes up and over the salt marsh to protect that. And then we have two gangplanks that come down to the floats that would be within the water themselves. Up on the land, again, as I mentioned, we would have space for kayak rental racks, like we have it similar to other places like Bass Hole. We'd have that shed or potential kiosk for a kayak vendor. And again, signage for the kayak rules. And we're also looking at through our conversations with Carl is maybe having some type of camera that would allow people to look up and down, people at DNR, to look up and down the river to keep better eye in monitoring things. So these are kind of, I think merely the upper right is kind of what we ended up being on. These are zero entry floats so people can put their kayak on it and kind of pull themselves and launch themselves into the river. So with regard to the event space. Again, this is, I mentioned, this is something that we would like to coordinate more with various event sponsors who have used the site and also CEDC. Coming in at the main entrance, there's those 3 lanes. Sure, Bill. Coming in, so you could, if you had a larger event, you could have two lanes coming in. And when you come here, this is where you would come off to come into the event space. And this would probably be where the ticket area is. You would stop, pay your tickets, and then you would come into the event space. And again, coming out, you would be potentially having two lanes. This grass area would end up being used as well as the main lane, and you would have left and right. For large events, obviously, you would need to have police details directing traffic there. I'm going to blow it up a little bit more and give people an idea of what's going on here. One of the things that there was a lot of discussion around sound and noise coming from the property. So even though this is kind of showing a stage area, a potential portable stage area, that center area could be used. I'm sorry, Bill, I'm just going to do this and you can feel free to jump in.
Yeah.
This center area could be used for anything. It could be used for boat shows, car shows, festivals, a pirate festival, for example, or a carnival in that particular area. So the sound study we had done by Reuter Associates really was to try and find the optimum location for the stage in order to minimize impacts to the neighbors, especially the Niagara Lane neighborhood, which kind of got hit a little hard in the 2020 season that we had. So what was determined was the best orientation was 10 degrees north facing Route 28 using a line array loudspeaker system with a sound engineer. So line arrays direct sound to the audience with levels diminishing quicker outside of the audience area. So you have less sound leaving the audience area. He also recommended setting a maximum of 90 decibels, 100 feet from the stage, and doing some real life monitoring of the system during an event. And these are larger events. I think what Chris was talking about for his Pirate Festival might be more similar to the tents and the things that you see at the Seaside Festival, where they have a small stage and they have some amplification for a presentation. It's not necessarily any type of large venue for sound or amplification. So using these different parameters, they calculated about 52 decibels in the Niagara Lane area. So 50 decibels is kind of equal to office activities. So kind of give you an idea of what that is. But I think that real life monitoring by a third party is something that would be important for larger amplified concert or major performances that we might have intermittently at this particular site. So what you're seeing here is the temporary stage area. They have a 200 by 200 foot audience area, which would be a maximum of like 3,000, maybe at the most 5,000 people. You have surrounding that area is the water and electrical services for various vendors. It could be food trucks. It could be anybody who would need power. That's going to be provided in this particular area. We have the overflow parking, as I mentioned, coming up here. Police and fire wanted to make sure that we had access all the way around, which we do in this area where the bike path is, as well as some reinforced turf. We also have an emergency access off of Cortland, which just be for emergency access only, and it would end up being gated. We have some perimeter lighting that would be installed. There would be Wi-Fi available for the vendors coming out of the restrooms. And then we're also looking at cameras in the restroom, looking towards the event space, and then also looking towards the artist shanties. So now I'm gonna move through the woodland here to the boardwalk, which is to the south. So there's many different criteria that was taken into consideration to develop the layout for the boardwalk. There's a lot of different environmental resources here. You can see the existing marsh areas, which is the main marsh, and then this little pan section of the marsh. There's also small little areas of marsh that we wanted to be sure that we were not impacting. And then there was also these upper areas that had some type of trees and plantings on it that were kind of identified as nice places for birds to have a respite for perching and wanting to remain outside of that. So the main orientation is to stay out of those particular areas. A couple other things that we took into consideration was, I know that during the initial concept feasibility study, the people across the Parkers River were concerned about having a lot of visibility. A lot of people may be looking across the river at them. So we've, instead of having it, the boardwalk run along the top here, we've kind of tucked it in on the other side, providing a little bit more protection and privacy for people across the river. We also had made some modifications to the west side. Originally, we were hoping to come in, or had planned on coming in here and going in this particular orientation. We kind of came behind this little vegetated area to kind of provide more protection for some of the houses here. And we also changed the orientation here to be less like this, where you'd be directing and looking at someone's house, but more looking back towards the woodland area. So what we ended up with actually was a really nice circular circuit where people could, do a couple laps get a little bit of exercise, get outside. We're proposing to have a 6-foot wide boardwalk. Again, easier for people to walk side by side or to pass each other. I think any of us who's been on the Bass Hole boardwalk know it might be a little bit too narrow and a little bit difficult to pass people. So looking at some of the vertical elements, the height above the marsh is important because we want to be protecting that high tide bush that's located below the boardwalk. We want to make sure that has adequate sunlight that can get underneath it. So what we're proposing for the north-south orientations is to have a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning we're going to be 6 feet above the marsh when we're 6 foot wide with the width for the boardwalk. That allows sun to kind of get under and from both directions, east and west. But when we start moving more towards the east and west with the boardwalk, it's a little bit harder to get that sunlight under there. So we are increasing the ratio to 1 to 1.25, meaning in this particular east-west area, we'd be about 7.5 feet above the marsh. It also allows us to have the 3 overlooks, the number 5 that's shown there on the plan, which is like another 18 inches wider, and still maintain that 1-to-1 minimum separation. In order to get from the 1-to-1 to the 1 to 1.25, we're going to have small 5% transitions along the boardwalk themselves, and they're kind of highlighted in these particular areas. And then we would actually have full handicap ramps coming down quickly to get back to the woodland area. And again, so I don't forget, Jim has to remind me, we will be having interpretive signage in different locations along the boardwalk, most likely at the outlooks where we'd be providing information about the marsh or the wildlife that people might be viewing from the overlooks. This is just kind of giving you the quick overview of the sections, showing you the one on the left is the 1-to-1 where you have the 6 foot to 6 foot ratio, and then on the right where you have the 1 to 1.5 or 7.5 to 6 foot ratio. And these on the top is just showing you that 5% transition when you go from 1-to-1 to the 7.5 clear, and down at the bottom is just showing you how you would transition back to the forested woodland area. Again, one of the things that, and this kind of on the right there is showing you that 18-inch wider overlook, so people might have an opportunity to step a little bit out of the walkway, rest for a minute, and enjoy the view. We're looking at 2 different types of railing. The one on the lower left is a vertical railing, which we'll probably be using more on the north south orientations, but maybe along the southern section of the east-west, we might want to have that cable railing so that we can really have that expansive view. The cable railing is more expensive and more maintenance.
Very much so.
So we wanted to limit it to where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck. And then the last really remaining large question mark or large decision point we need to decide before we move on to permitting has to do with the boardwalk support systems. The engineers right now are continuing with their evaluation and are hopefully going to be providing us with a recommendation in the near future. We had originally, we had originally looked at the right side here, which are the helical anchors, and those are the types that kind of screw into the marsh and they support the boardwalk as well as protect it from uplifting. It requires multiple anchors with steel supports. But the problem with helical anchors is our marine environment that they will be located in, and they'd be more susceptible to accelerated degradation and might require more maintenance, and it also might require replacement more frequently. So what we ended up starting to look at was these composite type pilings, and these are fiber reinforced plastic, and they offer a lot better longevity than the helicals. They're also made of an inert material, so not leaching anything into the marsh. They are driven into the ground similar to wood pilings, but they're much lighter, so they're easier to handle and bring out onto the marsh. We show 2 different potential configurations. One is a 12-inch monopole, and then another might be 2 8-inch dual poles. And like I said, the engineers are currently evaluating the composite piles to determine, the length, the cost, compare the constructability, longevity, maintenance, and then providing a recommendation to the DISAC. We also looked at the composite materials for the beams to see if we could get a longer distance between the pilings. Right now, they're about 15 feet between, but the cost for that was considerably higher, like 3.5 times the wooden beams. So we're going to end up going with the traditional wooden beams. As you can imagine, being in such a beautiful environment, there's a lot of rules and regulations to be sure that we are protecting it. We have multiple permitting programs that we need to go through. I'm not going to list them all, but just to reassure everyone that there are some steps that all need to be taken. However, our consultants are very knowledgeable on all of these programs and have incorporated and taken that into consideration in their design. So project cost and funding, always the big question. The original project was estimated at 7.7 million, and we have secured about $6 million for the project so far. But as you can all are aware, there's been a lot of things that have been impacting pricing lately. One of the things that has impacted the design that has impacted the pricing is that the restroom is going to be more expensive to construct in the floodplain than we had originally estimated in the concept design. There's also just the availability of materials, the supply chain, all the issues people are having with labor challenges and fabrication and shipping and installation, and just cost of materials and just the volatility in pricing. And I'm sure Rich can attest to this. There's just a lot of volatility. People will open bids and it could range from 1.3 million to 3.7 million, and it's the same exact project. So there's a lot of volatility in pricings that we need to keep in mind. So the designers are currently working on their 30% design opinion of construction costs, and will help identify what kind of gap in funding that we might be anticipating. We are investigating some other grant funding sources for the kayak launch. Carl has some excellent state contacts that he's notified them about the project, and they seem very interested in participating. But I think the DISEC would like to get permission from the Board of Selectmen to apply for additional CPA funds this fall while we pursue other funding. What we don't want to end up is not having enough funding on the books in order to be able to sign the contract with the contractor. That doesn't mean that we won't continue to look for other funding. It's similar to what we did with the Parkers River, where we got a lot of CPA money, but once we got the project signed on board, we ended up getting a significant amount of other grant funding for the project. When you're closer to construction, you're better able to get the funding. And then last, taking a look at the schedule, it looks like we're going to be working on filing our permitting June through December, finalizing our bid documents early next year, and advertising and contracting in the spring and the summer, with actually starting construction in September. I think we had always anticipated that we would have one summer that would be impacted with events at the project, at the drive-in site. So what this particular schedule would do was, it wouldn't be 2023 summer that would be impacted, but it would probably be the following summer that would get impacted. And the DISEC also had a discussion with regard to the naming of the park, and I think I'm going to hand that over to Jim to elaborate.
Thanks, Kathy. As you can see, we've made a lot of progress, and a lot of this is contributed to the work that Kathy and Karen have been doing. I'm not sure how Kathy gets all her work done with what we just heard earlier with the Route 6A and this project and the other projects, but we're making progress. And one of the things that we've been discussing is the idea of naming the site. DISEC is kind of a name that needs to go away. Is it the drive-in site? Should it be some other name? Naming rights in the community are the privilege of the Board of Selectmen. So you have a couple of opportunities to address this. One, you could just amongst yourselves come up with the name, and you could call it the, whatever you want name. Another option that I suggest personally is that we look at having some type of a contest to name it. Maybe we offer a season pass to golf, or beach stickers, or some other item to entice people to make some suggestions for a name. The committee could then review them and come back with a list of them that we would suggest that you would ultimately select, or give you a name that says this is what we want to name it. I think this is an opportunity for us to look at some of our naming issues. We've historically named a lot of properties in town after past town employees, or sidewalks after past selectmen. I think this gives us an opportunity not to name something after an individual, but to look at how we're naming things in our community. and we're running out of places to name things. So, some thought needs to go into that process. Kathy has been calling the part of this the Riverwalk Park, and that kind of works for a degree, but I think we need to have some finality as to what we're going to call it. I heard it called the Fairgrounds, I think, in an advertisement on the radio. So right now we all know it's a drive-in, but let's come up with a name that really identifies this site as what it really is now, is no longer drive-in. If I can add a couple quick things just before we turn everything back over to you. When you look back at the event space, one of the things we have been very aware of is the noise issues. And so when we designed this whole area, what Kathy referred to as overflow parking, by pushing the event space to the east, it allows a greater buffer for that neighborhood by putting parking in that area. So we tried to move anything that's going to generate sound to the east, which is the parking up in that area. So everything would be coming that way. And when we do meet, and I had suggested our friends with the Pirate Festival to work with us to keep in mind that the noise is a key issue to what we do here. I don't think a Pirate Festival is going to have, rock and roll music till 10 o'clock at night. So I'm not really concerned about them particularly, but it's something we always need to be aware of in whatever we do and whatever process that you take in the future in permitting the use of the site, is to be aware of the surrounding neighborhood and what types of events we.
So if anybody calls to complain, they call, is it your number we should give them?
Yes, my name is listed under Mark Forrest.
Let's try. No, I mean, the reality is that, and this is for another day. We have to really focus in on, as people use it, how do we manage it? And complaints, there are always going to be complaints regardless, but we need to be clear from a management side of things, who's in charge, who's the one that gets the call, because we've had problems with that in the past, which we don't need to discuss. But
and the committee is very aware of those, and those are the types of things, and that's why I wanted to point that out. These are the types of things that we're trying to do to address the concerns of the neighborhood.
No, I think it's very obvious. Yeah. Let me go around to the board and see if that board has any comments. What I'd like to do, though, if it's okay with the board, is the topic of naming opportunities, maybe put that as an agenda item for just some general discussion at a future meeting. Would that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we can just focus on this. So let's get to this, and I'm going to go around the board. I'm going to start on this end this time with Selectman Horgan.
Jim, how long have you and the committee been doing this particular iteration?
2015. 15.
Wow,
This
so
project started
7 years.
in 1985.
I remember.
And I was hoping my brother would live to see this, but unfortunately he has not. So, I mean, he started this in 1985.
Even 7 years is very impressive.
7 years in this process. And
Wow.
we've got a lot, I mean, there's a lot to do. And, my dear friend Priscilla Gregory used to say to me, imperfect progress is better than no progress at all. And we're making progress.
There's no doubt about that. This project comes across as extremely thoughtful, extremely comprehensive, and particularly respectful of all the neighbors. I'm just astounded at how well you've crafted all of the various aspects of this to take into consideration all of the various interests that surround this site. Years ago, we talked about a marina, and that was going to be a wonderful asset for a small population of Yarmouth. This is a wonderful asset for the entire town of Yarmouth. It's really, it's that center of town that we've talked about, that we've always wanted, and we've got it. You've created a really desirable place for people to want to go and spend time and entertainment and learning. I love how much learning you've incorporated. Hopefully the schools will take advantage of that and get some of their kids out there. I am extremely supportive. I am appreciative of all the work and effort that has gone on by the staff and particularly by the volunteers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Selectman Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill, I'd like to buy a vowel.
There you go. Flip it.
I'm ready to solve the puzzle. So, first of all, and this is an amenity that's really needed on the south side. We have the boardwalk at Bass Hole. We have Taylor Bray Farm. We have some great facilities and resources there. And nothing really on the south side to compare to that. This kind of balances things out, I think, and it's a wonderful concept. And I want to thank each member of the board individually. We have some very, very capable people on this board who have also served on a lot of other boards throughout the years. And I have tremendous confidence in these people, not only in terms of their willingness to serve, but in their intelligence and their staying with the project and evaluating all the various alternatives, and with staff support and Kathy. I can't commend you really in any higher than to say you've done a superlative job, and you continue to do that, and you're great citizens. You're great attributes of our community, and we're really, really appreciative of everything you're doing. This update is great. Whoever put these materials together did a nice job. They read well, they're very understandable, they're very informative, and they have at the end the schedule, which is nice. That avoids a lot of questioning as to when's this going to happen, when's that going to happen. You anticipated that and addressed that, which is good. So I don't have any specific questions. I think the design's coming together very nice. There's some unresolved structural issues which are to be expected. There's some funding gap that's, I'm sure we can resolve that. So I can't wait to see it get underway. And again, I am very, very appreciative to everyone that's been involved in this project. You're doing a sterling job.
Thank you. Selectman McGurran.
For volunteers, you've put in your life's blood on this. I mean, it's amazing what you've been able to come up with. My kudos to all of the committee members that were involved in this, and to the staff. And I know you took some hard knocks along the way to come up with this, but I think that it's fantastic what you have achieved. And I truly look forward to being able to enjoy it. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Selectman Smith.
Maintenance budgets, useful life of materials. I'm assuming you're going to work on all those items as well. I'm sure you've already thought of all these things, but they didn't come up in the presentation. I can't wait for this to be done. This is going to be fantastic. And it's going to be a great asset, both to the residents and our visitors. And if it's done nicely, which it is, it'll be useful year round.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I don't want to repeat what's been said before, but I obviously there's been some great work done here. I do think it's helpful. I mean, I know we've been kind of making light of it, but I do think it's helpful that when we do presentations, make them very public oriented so the people that actually are watching what we're talking about actually know what we're talking about. I mean, I can see this somewhat and I can more or less make it out, but I've got a packet in front of me that can help me sort it out. It's the taxpayers of Yarmouth that are paying for this in terms of the local dollars, and they deserve to know what it is they're buying. And I honestly believe in every public presentation, because sometimes we lose sight of this, that we need, part of our job is not only educating us, but the people at home that are watching what we're doing and what we're spending their money on. So the more we can make these presentation materials public friendly, because it's communication friendly. We talk a lot about being able to communicate what we're doing. So we need to, I mean, this reads well for our small group, but for anybody that might be watching this meeting, the reality is that they only picked up bits and pieces of this. I mean, that's the reality of it. For the folks that might be living on the north side or the west side, excuse me, I mean, I'm not sure how much they could figure out. We know there's some people that are watching what we're doing and watching what's going on. So I just want to make the point that the more we make these people friendly and TV viewer friendly, the better off we're going to be able to help educate people as to what we're doing. The The other question I have is with respect, have you met with the Rec Commission? Is the Rec Commission bought into this? Are they a part of this?
No, that's one of the stakeholders that we need to meet with. We
Yeah,
need to
so
meet with
this
the
this
park.
project has come pretty far along and they really haven't been at the table.
Well, we've been inviting the recreation staff to all of the DISAC meetings
Okay.
and park. And
Have
we've
they
had
been
some individ-
participating? Have they had time to?
Not recently, but we need to circle around and have an individual meeting.
Okay, so you recognize there's a need to get them engaged in there very quickly. That's good. Have we looked, I'm sure this has been looked at in terms of the design development, is the flood plain issues, the flood zone issues. Most Yarmouth residents are well aware what's happening to the Sandwich Boardwalk or the, Bass Hole Boardwalk. There's been a lot of storms, sea level rise. Can we reassure people that that's all been factored in here in terms of the design of the boardwalk?
So
in
one of
terms
the things that you saw was a photograph of a single pole and dual poles. And part of that whole discussion is about just those issues. Whether that one pole will have sway or not, and how that will be affected by tidal and ice movement and that type of thing. So that's one of the delays we have right now is our engineers are analyzing that type of stuff. So yes, indeed, that is being addressed. And if I can, with regards to your previous comments, this committee strives to be transparent and open to everybody. All of our meetings are posted and the information is online. We encourage input from the community. And I mean, I think just today, I just received a note from somebody who'd sent an email. I think it might have got to your packet as well. So we welcome input. It was without that input, we wouldn't have been able to make some of these changes to address the concerns of the neighborhood. They live here, we live here, we all live here together, and we want to try to make this something that.
I don't misunderstand me. I'm not. You folks have been very open, very transparent. I'm just saying that I'm anxious to see the materials that we prepare be very sort of public oriented and public friendly. They make it easy to communicate. And I do think of all the committees, it's good that you've been getting good input from a variety of places. I just worry about the Rec Commission sometimes coming in towards the end. There's some very interesting stuff. I think they can provide very valuable input before things get too far along.
I assure you we'll include them in our discussions.
At our last meeting, we just, to the DISAC, were presented with the playscape area. So we wanted to run it by the DISAC before we start running it by some other committees.
I understand.
I would just like to take the opportunity to express our appreciation to Eric Golly from the Beta Group and his whole team. They've done a wonderful job working with the committee, taking into consideration all of the different aspects. And it's just been really a pleasure to work with them.
That's great. That's great.
Just want to wrap up with one other thing. And, when we all started this, part of the whole idea was to, field of dreams concept of build it and they will come. Yesterday, I happened to take a ride down to the Bass Hole Boardwalk at about 7 o'clock, and I counted 9 different states of license plates. Out of 15 cars, 9 were from different states. So people are coming to our town, they're going to our Bass Hole Boardwalk. And I'd like to believe that when we get this project done, we'll see 9 different states in that parking lot as well.
Well, the sunsets, even from that location, are outstanding. People don't realize that, but West Yarmouth has some incredibly beautiful vistas. And while we're handing out accolades for ideas, I want to give kudos to Chief Frederickson. He certainly got everyone interested in this when he started publicly talking about a boardwalk. And he might not have anticipated the kind of interest that might have been sparked, but he certainly got people thinking about it. So the chief deserves a lot of credit for helping sustain some public interest in this.
We've really got a lot of support from staff, from police, fire,
Yeah.
recreation, you name
Which is
it.
good. So anybody else? Thank you so much for being with us tonight. Well done.
Thank you. It's over.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a discussion regarding the contract, the IAFF Local 2122. Before your arrival, Dorcas, we actually, as a board, spent some time in executive session discussing this, and it sounds like everything's come together. So I'm going to turn this over to Selectman Rittenhour for an update.
Don't give me a promotion
Selectman, excuse me, I've said that before. I wonder.
the bottom of the barrel here.
Yeah.
You've just cost them a lot of money.
I know. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very delighted to report a settlement that we have with local firefighters on our memorandum of agreement for a new successor contract. And the board has reviewed the details of this, I think, twice in executive session. And, we were able to make those minor adjustments. And we're very proud as a community to have been able to settle this contract without utilizing the state's Joint Labor Management Commission mediation and arbitration process. And I just think, it took a lot of discussion among the parties, and there's not any major shift changes. The wage structure that currently exists remains in force with 2% COLAs and some various work rule changes that we agonized over, but very, very delighted. And I want to thank the local 2122 with the IAFF, Chief Simonian and Acting Chief Sawyer, Sarah O'Reilly, did a great job on this. So I'm happy to recommend that it be approved by the board, and it has been ratified already by the firefighters. So we know that they're in step with it.
That's great. So anybody have any questions, or are you ready to move?
I think I'm ready to move. Make a motion to accept.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I know for some folks this is all new, and so
Well, actually, I was privy to, I had a long conversation with Mr. Rittenauer, and he brought me up to.
Oh, that's terrific. That's great.
feeling
That's
good.
great. Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, Bob. The next item on our agenda is, I think we'd call it board and committee actions. We're going to revote some items. And Selectman Smith, are you ready to sort of walk us through this?
I hope so. First one is planning board appointment for one regular position for Mr. Saban,
So moved.
Second.
running through July 2024.
Got it. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Next item.
Next item is Disability Commission reappointments. After discussion with the chairman of the board of the committee, he would like to renew David Bottling, Gail Charette, and George Warner.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Next item.
A withdrawal by Nate Small from Community Housing and Community Preservation and Affordable Trust. He's served very well on those committees, and we will miss him.
Okay. Why don't we do them all in group? So you've got Jack Duggan from the Historical Commission and Dorcas McGurran. All three are resigning.
Yes.
So I'd like to make a motion that we accept their resignation with deepest appreciation for service to the town of Yarmouth.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Carries unanimously.
Appointing Dick Donovan to the Golf Enterprise Committee and Bill West as an alternate member of the Golf Enterprise Committee.
And they are serving for what period of time? What's the term on those?
Donovan is through April of 25 and West through April of 23.
Okay, I'll move those. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any questions? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously.
Next on the list is Water Resources Committee. 3 members through March 31, 25, John DeLiso, George Perkins, and Lee Rowley.
And their terms are for how long, did you say?
Through March of 25.
Okay, that's great. I'll move those for approval.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously.
Okay, next item, we got a request from a gentleman who wanted to be the town's representative for Tony Kent Arena Board. Currently, we do not have one. And so the discussion is, do we want to appoint someone to the Tony Kent Arena Board?
I don't know how to respond to that. Typically, we put people on like town boards, public bodies, public boards.
Right.
I know at one point we were asked to offer a recommendation on the Community Action Committee. Before they were asking us to appoint somebody, which we refused to do.
Correct.
We told we would give them a recommendation, right? And then we left it at that. This kind of sort of raises the same question. What gives us the right to appoint somebody on a board like that? There's got to be something in a statute or something, some public basis for it. Do we know?
It's just in their bylaws.
It's in their
There's
bylaws.
no basis in the state law for it, but they adopted a bylaw that says one individual from the town of Dennis and one individual from the town of Yarmouth.
Does it say who appoints them or recommends them or anything like
It
that?
says may be selected by election, by appointment, or at the discretion of the selectmen.
Interesting.
Apparently, this position has not been filled for a number of years.
Yeah, I think it's probably the same problem. Has anybody asked us to be?
Yeah.
Oh, we have a gentleman that wants to be. I'm sorry.
We got a gentleman who asked, and he apparently is a hockey player and has been involved over there for a number of years and stuff. I don't have his talent bank form, and I think before we make any decision, I think we should at least have the talent bank form in front of us so we can look at it some more. And so I'll get that from Pam.
Great. And then you'll give it to the new appointments chair, right?
Thanks a lot. Okay.
I figured since I started it, I'll finish it before I see it.
Yeah, what a nice guy. Okay, so you're going to work on this.
Yeah, I'm going to work on this.
Can
Yeah.
I just quickly ask, it has one individual from the town of Dennis. Is there one individual from the town of Dennis?
We have to ask the
They-
appointments chair. What do you say?
It might be interesting to find out if they've done it and
Yeah.
how they did it.
Okay.
Do we know what the composition of that board is in terms of how many people are on it and where do those other board members, how do they get seated?
I will find those.
Yeah.
Those are all
There's
good
basically
questions.
4-member groups that each appoint a member. And it's the Yarmouth Dennis Youth Hockey Association, the Lighthouse Figure Skating Club of Cape Cod, the Dennis Yarmouth School Committee, and the Cape Cod Waves.
But again, we're being asked to appoint somebody. I don't mind recommending somebody, but for me, appointing, I mean, it's not I generally have, I refuse to appoint someone to the Community Action Committee because it's a private nonprofit organization, just like this. We have no role. It's not part of our job.
Right.
And, but if someone wants to get an endorsement from us, a letter of recommendation, I mean, that's within the realm, but I'd prefer not to do that either. That's just me. So I'm always careful about these non-public boards that we get roped into from time to time. So that's I just caution you. You're gonna have to get as much information as you can on that one. All right. So let's move on to the approval of Board of Selectmen meeting minutes, December 1st, December 1st, 2020, December 10th, 2020, and January 25th, 2022.
I move those minutes.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, abstain?
Abstain, thank you.
Abstain, 2 abstains, 2 abstentions. Very good. Approval of the March 30th, 2022 Yarmouth Port Village Parking and Traffic Public Information Meeting minutes attended by Board of Selectmen members.
I moved the minutes.
You move those minutes. Do I have a second on those minutes?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Abstain.
And an
I
abstention.
abstain.
2 abstentions. Very good. Next item is the upcoming agenda review. That's in your packet. It's this document right here. And I want to call everyone's attention the fact that we have to meet twice in the month of June. So we have June 7th and June 21st as the 2 dates that the board will meet in June. And at the moment, the June 21st meeting, that agenda looks light. And so if you have any agenda items, things that you think we should really be talking about, there's an opportunity to put some items on that agenda. Anybody have any thoughts, recommendations?
Not for the Juneteenth, but Mr. Chairman, I would like us, we've had trouble scheduling that goal setting, but now that we're reorganized, it'd be great to get that
Okay.
organized.
Now, when we talked about the goal setting before, we talked about doing it on a Saturday, right?
Taking a morning, going 9 to 1.
9 to 1. So I'm going to ask board members to pull out your calendars right now. Is there a Saturday that you want to, at least a couple of Saturdays that you would like to offer the town administrator so he can begin orchestrating this?
Do you want to talk to your consultant first and get
I
dates?
think if we can get a couple of dates in June, I may be able to get them.
Yeah, I think that would be a good place to start. Let us push for a couple of dates that work for us, and then I think it'll be easier for Bob. What's that?
It's unlikely to snow during that.
Yeah, that's right. That's the problem that we had before, isn't it?
You might get a tornado though.
For me, the 11th or the 25th.
So you're proposing June 25th would be preference?
Yep.
Okay, let's go around. And does that work for others?
Yep, that's fine.
Saturday works for me in Olive Gym.
All right.
Sundays I don't have open.
We're gonna try for June 25, 9 to 1.
Yep.
8:30 with coffee and donuts.
Yep, you got it. That's the way to go. Very good. Okay, any other items you want to put on any dates? Going once, going twice? All right, again, we can always revisit this at our next meeting, which is on June 7th.
Do you want to try to schedule out the water presentation?
I think what we can do, I mean, as you can see, when you look at the upcoming, I mean, it's all blank.
Lots of room.
Right. So I think quite frankly, we're going to probably have to deal with, how soon can we do the first public either hearing? You know what? I think it's pretty obvious that we need to accelerate the water discussion, the water conservation policy. So I think it's probably best to leave it to the town administrator to give us the optimum dates to plug that in. It's either going to be the 7th, the 21st. I mean, the reality is that we really don't have many other dates. We're going to have to, there's not a lot of room to
The
move.
7th is going to be rather soon. I think we're looking at 21.
Yeah. Yeah. So it may very well be that that's the date we should really shoot for to vote on something. And it may very well be a date that we have a public hearing, public comment, get it in, get it out. And then if the board doesn't feel comfortable voting that day, we can always pick another date. But at least we should try to shoot for that one. So that's great. I'm glad you brought that up, Selectman Horgan. So water.
Right. Do you think we'll be able to do the public outreach that quickly? I think we almost have to, but is it going to be adequate?
I think so.
They're just going to have to do it. If we don't think that there's sufficient notice and awareness, we don't have to take an action that night. We can just do the public hearing.
No, I think it's extremely important that it get done.
Right.
I don't want it to just linger.
No, but what I want to say is that I don't think we have to box ourselves in. If we believe that after the public hearing, there's still not enough public attention, we can just put it off to the next meeting and then have more work done on it. But we're going to have to rely on the town administrator and
I think we can get a nice public outreach campaign going and get it done in 4 weeks. We'll start this.
there you go. So let's at least give it a shot. Again, it's our decision. If we don't believe that there's been enough awareness and understanding of it, we can do whatever we can do what we want.
Bob, would June 21st be too early to get an update on 6A and DOT?
Well, we could have some update. It might not be finished, but
No, I wouldn't expect it to be finished, but I think we need to show that we're rolling along on that.
Okay. So we can at least put that on tentatively. Sounds good to me. Anything else we're missing? Any other board members want to put something on?
I understand the chief of police may be retiring. I've heard rumor of that.
Yeah, we're not going to put that on the agenda just yet.
Okay.
We might want to start talking though about the procedure for a successor.
That's on the agenda for tonight. We're going to talk about that briefly tonight.
Yeah,
Bob has
but
a
I meant in
recommendation.
terms of an implementation.
Well, we'll have our first cut at it tonight. I wanted to get this on our agenda before I step down as chair, at least to get things going, get at least some direction on it. And I think the recommendations of the administrator have been put together and they're pretty good. So, any other agenda review items? We seem to have stalled out here, so why don't we just move on? Individual items. Are there any individual items board members have? Selectman Horgan?
No, thank you.
Selectman Stone?
I do.
Yes, please.
I mean, typically and traditionally, when we had elections, and I realize we had a full agenda tonight, we take a moment, the candidates who are elected, to thank the public. And so I'd like to take this opportunity, and I'm sure Dorcas would probably like the same opportunity, to thank the voters for their faith and confidence in me and re-electing me to the board. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Selectman McGurran.
I too would like to thank the voters for their belief in me and voting for me, and I will do the best to my ability going forward. And I asked the question, and I still haven't really gotten an answer to it, of when the last time somebody with an address of West Yarmouth sat on the Board of Selectmen. I have a feeling it's back to like 1980.
It's been a while.
So I'm glad to be here to represent the entire town, but West Yarmouth's going to have a little piece of my heart.
That's great. That's great. Selectman Smith, any individual items?
None for me.
Okay. I too would like to thank the voters of Yarmouth for electing Dorcas and re-electing Mike Stone. They're both, I believe, will be doing an outstanding job serving the people of Yarmouth, and I very much look forward to serving with them in the coming years ahead. So thank you, voters of Yarmouth. And so that concludes individual items. Now we can turn it over to the town administrator.
okay, the first thing we'd like to do is approve the consent agenda, which has an update of the commercial and recreational shellfish regulations.
And a donation.
Acceptance of a donation of $100 from Christine McCormick
Wow.
in Yarmouthport for a training donation for the Yarmouth Police Department.
Well done. Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, now we're on to the town administrator updates, and one of the items is police chief recruitment plan.
Yes, I want to focus on that. I know the chief has hung in with us to acknowledge that $100 donation to the training fund, and I want to thank him for that. But given the opportunity as well, I also want to acknowledge all of his tremendous work on assisting in putting together a recruitment program for the incoming chief of police. Everyone knows Chief Frederickson has announced his retirement that is effective on November 1. And so our time frame, and we had discussed this, I think, briefly a little with the board, is that we wanted to try to gear the whole process, go through the official steps as outlined in the charter without short-circuiting those, and having them completed in time to make an orderly transition, hopefully through a nice ceremony prior to the chief leaving. And that is something I know it's a value that the chief supports tremendously, and I want to acknowledge really his leadership in working to help me gather my thoughts and develop a program that has just a high degree of quality. And so we've conducted some meetings. We also had Sarah O'Reilly from Human Resources that has assisted us in the process, and we've outlined a timeline. And what we'd like to do, I think we talked a little bit about previously, because we have such a strong local command staff here in the Yarmouth Police Department, of starting with an internal review of the department and its leadership to hopefully select our new leader from within. And we felt in doing so, it would be particularly important to have a very detailed review of the qualifications required for the chief, an update of the job description, and an analysis of the staff and the qualifications, and in forwarding to the Board of Selectmen our top 3 candidates to have some real meat behind it, so that the Board of Selectmen can, in addition to meeting the candidates, readily see the comparison of the qualifications that we have to the requirements of the position, and that we handle this in a highly professional fashion, so that the new chief that takes over, can really have that additional momentum in having been selected in a very competitive way. And I think having that additional analysis really helps us get over the hump of, not doing a full national search for the position. So in order to lend that degree of scrutiny to the process, we've involved Public Safety Consultants LLC out of Boxford, and Chief Russ Stevens, who's a sitting chief now and a police chief consultant who does chief searches in communities across the Commonwealth. And he has a great team, and he has a high level of skill in assisting communities in, firstly evaluating the requirements of the position, and more importantly, evaluating the candidates and making his recommendation in terms of those qualifications. So working with Chief Stevens, Chief Frederickson, we've outlined there's a scope of work that folks have in their packets that is associated with a project timeline that we've laid out. And I just want to lay out some of the steps that we're contemplating, and also hear a little from Chief Frederickson on his comments here. The first thing that we're working to do is to try to wrap up by as close to a June 1 timeframe as possible, is to work with the public safety consultants to review the current job description, determine those minimum qualifications, make any changes that are appropriate, and also work to get the initial posting completed.
Now, I assume that's a job description that we want to review with the Board of Selectmen, correct?
Right. We'll have the job description, and what we'd like to do is to highlight the members of the Board of Selectmen as our key stakeholders for Chief Stevens to contact for an interview process, to get some of your input in terms of some critical concerns, issues facing the community, qualifications that you feel would be important in the next chief, and that we have that process move forward, and we do try to wrap it up. Maybe we could have that on the agenda for the 7th, to have the job description and the posting, if we delayed it back a week. And there would be roughly a 2-week process that it would be posted internally. And then we would move into phase 2 to have the preliminary assessment of the candidates with the assistance of the consultant. And there is also an essay process in that will be evaluating the essays of the applicants, to just have a little bit more in-depth process, more than just looking at the resumes and the interviews. There's going to be a scoring process that's involved with the essay and the full qualifications. Then we do the interviews and the candidate screening. And that we hope to wrap up in the late June timeframe, by the end of June. And, we've got a process that we develop the questions, we conduct the interviews, do that with the assistance of the the consultant. And our idea is, and we'd like to try to get the board involved in this, the next step after that candidate screening that we want to wrap up by the end of June, if we can, is that's the point where 3 candidates are recommended to the Board of Selectmen with the analysis and the report that's prepared by the consultant that measures how they have scored, what their qualifications are, whether it's a strong candidate. So there'll be a full recommendations from the public safety consultant, at least in terms of the qualifications. And what we'd like to do is then work with the Board of Selectmen to schedule a day. And we'd like to try to get the calendars out as soon as we can on this one as well. It's going to be a similar time frame that maybe there's going to be 3 candidates. We'll probably devote a single morning or an afternoon to that process. And we were looking at, in our timeline, to schedule dates the week after the 4th of July, which would be essentially the week of July 11 to 15. And if board members could look at your calendars, you don't need to do it right now, but if we could get a consensus on a date in that July 11 to 15 timeframe, that's what we would shoot for the selectmen interview process. And then we have another process where it's optional, but I think it's a really great idea to plan public meet and greet with our finalists, that we have an informal panel interview with, it's comprised of various town officials, employees, and citizens that goes through and has a process to meet and introduce to the community the finalist candidates for the program. And then we hope to be completely finished by September 1 with the board deliberating on or about that time as to what direction for the final candidate you'd like. And with a ceremony, so we have the changeover on November 1, hopefully a change of command ceremony on or about October 26, 2022, where we're able to do that up at the department and involve, the chief and sort of the pinning of the new chief, have a formal process that introduces the new selected chief to the community. And that's basically the process and the time frame. The one area where we have a degree of flexibility is that final step on the public meet and greet, and we do have some flexibility on how we want to arrange that, how that might work. And the process is outlined in the material that's in your packet. And I suppose the best thing to do is what we'll do is we'll work on the phase 1 with getting the posting ready, getting the job description ready, and we'll come in June 7 with some hard recommendations on that. And I think that's the time we'd like to have the full approval and nail down any of the other elements.
Is there going to be an issue at all in terms of hiring this consultant, or is his availability?
His availability is there. We met with him, received his proposal. It's very reasonable. The whole thing is going to cost less than $5,000, and he's locked in with these timeframes. We just need to give him, the go ahead that we're sticking with the timeframes.
I can't do the week of the 10th. I'm away that whole week.
You're talking about what week are we talking about?
July 11th.
July 11th? Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we do it the following week.
Following week works fine,
Yeah.
and we could still maintain our September date that way.
Yeah. Chief, did you want to add something to this discussion? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, good evening. I appreciate you all being here so late. Kind of awkward talking about my replacement, but I'm excited for it because we have some exceptional candidates. I'm going to be proud to watch them come before you. Bob went through it quite well. I'm not quite certain that I would support the last component, the meet and greet. That's a decision you have to meet. I'm not
Right.
sure if that's necessary at this point.
Right.
That's generally reserved for, this the worldwide search. If you're going to get candidates from all over and they come and feel them out, these are all local people. Most people know them. I think that can help expedite the process as well. But I'm in agreement to get this done as quickly as possible. I'm anxious to get it done. And you don't have to go by my timetable, but it is a big deal and want to get this piece done.
Thank you. Thank you. I think for me, doing this quickly as well is a priority. I would hate, not to say that we couldn't do this, but I think we have enough time. And I think, I like the idea of the consultant. I've looked into this guy myself, and I will admit, I mean, I also came to Bob with one urgent message, is that we got to get going on this right away. And so I wanted to make sure that this was on the agenda. So I've gone through it. I've looked at it. I think it covers all the points. I'm just curious, any other questions, comments that other board members might have? Are you comfortable with this?
No, I'm very, very comfortable with it.
Okay. Dorcas?
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mike?
No, the only thing I would say is taking into consideration, Dan's schedule, maybe you could, and I know it would be tentative, but include in the materials for the next meeting, a kind of a rough scheduling of these various events.
Yeah. That'd be great. That'd be great. Good point. Dan?
No, I'm comfortable. Thank you.
That's great. Okay. So you got an endorsement from the board on this game plan, and we just need to pull in some dates so that board members
Final
can.
timeline on
That'll be great.
7th.
That'll be great. Is there anything else on your update or your
No, I
agenda?
leave it there.
Well, let's leave it there so we can let the chief go home finally. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second? I'll second it. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody.
God love you.
Thanks, chief. Well done.
Thank you.
Well,